I'm back. Let me see if it's working now. What is this?
Done it before, but if I was getting paid this amount, which is $5,000, I'd be comfortable to do that. And she was like, all right, that's okay. So that was my first sexual experience, was in Las Vegas.
Okay, Shirley, we back. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so you got paid $3,000 to smash on top of the $2,000 you were already getting.
It was the $2,000 for the 4 hour, then the $3,000 on top to make it $5,000.
Yeah. Okay, so you just had sex for $3,000.
Yeah.
How was that experience? Were you able to perform, or was it kind of like in your head a little bit?
No, she was very attractive. It's something like I would have talked to this woman if I would have seen her out in public and done it anyway. It's like it wasn't like it was a good thing. It was just I got paid instead of doing it for free, kind of, you know.
Okay, how many of these sexual escort experiences did you have leading up to the whole Diddy thing?
2.
Yep. So her and somebody else.
Yep.
Okay, was the second one attractive as well, or not so much?
Not so much.
Okay. So
Yeah,
how are you able to perform when you're not attracted to the woman?
So now I'm spinning.
Cialis. Cialis and energy drinks.
Okay. And you got paid the extra $3,000 for that one as well?
Yep.
All right, so now you're making some money.
Because with the agency, it's like you sign a contract saying it's not sexual. When a person books you on the website, they go through this whole legal form. You can't request. So it's something that's not even part of the agency, because it's like they say you could get in trouble. The person could get in trouble if they request it. So outside of that, it's up to you. You know what I'm saying? It's like not even connected to the agency.
Okay, so leading up to the Diddy situation, that went through the agency as well?
Yes.
So who contacted the agency? Was it Diddy or was it Jane Doe?
It seemed like Jane Doe from the text thread, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, so the agency calls you and says, look, we have a new client for you.
Yeah, there's like, we have a celebrity client and you're going to have to sign the NDA.
Okay, so Jane Doe actually told the agency that there's a celebrity involved.
He had already been with the agency.
Oh, because Diddy had already been using that agency for a while. Ah, okay, I get it. And they knew who he was and so forth.
Yeah, they knew everything.
Okay, so you get booked and they send you the NDA. You go through the NDA, what do you think at that point?
It didn't really seem like a legit NDA, but I just signed it because it was more like of a makeup company from what I understood. It was. I feel like it was more of a scare tactic than an official NDA, you know?
They kind of dance in between.
Okay,
and then he's just like walking around watching and kind of instructing her. He'd like tell her to sit down and then tell me to sit down. I'll sit down. She'll dance for me a little bit, kind of just like in to like switch positions, tell her get up, do this.
Is this
and
part
then like
one?
would be like stop.
Oh, no wonder. This is part 2. Hold on. This is part 2. God, dog. Hold on. Let me go back over here.
It was 2,000, right?
Yeah, you get the 2,000 when you get there.
Got it. And this was at the Edition Hotel in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Okay. You knock on the door, what happens next?
I knock on the door and he opens the door.
He opens the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so no mask, no nothing?
No mask, no
Diddy
nothing.
right there in front of you?
Yeah.
What did you think when you first saw Diddy right there standing in front of you and you realized, okay, this is the client?
I had a friend that's with the agency that when I told him I had a celebrity booking, he told me, he was like, there's going to be Diddy and the girl. And I was like, this was like 2 days before the booking. And I'm like, no. So like when he opened it, I was just like, oh, he was right. That's exactly who it is.
Okay. So now you have Diddy standing in front of you and you're like, okay, my friend told me the right story.
Yeah.
So what happens next?
I walk in, he was like, "What's up, man? You know who I am?" And I knew who he was.
Oh, wow.
No. He was like,
okay, so that's where I left off talking.
And he played a song.
I left off telling you what I thought while he was interviewing with Vlad. Because, hold on, just about everybody, somehow, shape, form, or fashion, when people start, because Vlad have them all. I just showed you the other guy that I had never even seen. He interviewed. They all saying the same thing as if they have been prepped. But when they say my homeboy called me and told me, we found out through Flash that homeboy is Jules. And we know Jules is one of the ones that they used frequently, and he even carried him out the country, right? But Flash said that Jules told on him to the feds, and that he was MIA. He was hiding. So now I'm beginning to wonder, is Jules a part of the Cowboys and Angels? Because Flash said that they are really into that swingers stuff. And remember, I showed y'all the picture of him. He has a business. So I would not be surprised if, because Vlad doing all these interviews, trying to expose Cassie as well. Everybody all these guys are moving away from saying Diddy instructed, but he did, and trying to make it more about Cassie. So this guy with this lawsuit, both of them are suing Diddy and Cassie. But the problem for Diddy is he has just been convicted of transportation or engaging, or however they want to put it, with these prostitutes, these male hookers. That's already on his record. That's part of his conviction. He may be about to get that whole 20 years. And they may be about to bring a lawsuit this time, charges this time, because of the male hookers, from a male hooker angle. Wow. Okay, hold on. Let's finish this out. Hold on.
My girl was in the room. He was like, "Do you want to drink?" And I was like, "No, I'm good." And he was like, "Do you smoke?" So I was like, "Yeah." So we walked out to the balcony.
Distribution of drugs.
There on the balcony.
Yeah, please forgive me. My system is doing some crazy stuff tonight.
Just smoking, and he's like asking me about myself, my career, what I do, and telling me the girls getting ready in the room. And he's like, we chop it up for like 25 minutes about like music, my fight career, and then he starts to tell me, well, this is what I want to do. I have a girl in there I want you to dance for. I want to create an environment.
I know where I stopped. That ain't where I stopped.
She walks out a little while later.
That's not where I stopped. I stopped on the girl, the chef. That's where I stopped. Shelly Shell. It was on the chef who said that the feds came and raided her and subpoenaed her. Isn't that where it stopped? Let me finish him and then I go.
Lingerie.
Okay. And this is a Asian female?
Yeah, like a black and Asian female. I didn't really know who it was at the time.
Okay. Okay. So
I thought I finished with this one.
The female walks in. Did she look familiar to you?
No.
Okay.
I did finish with this one.
What happens next?
I finished with this one because I said I didn't want the conversation that was happening. I didn't want y'all to think that I was talking about him. I did finish this one. But here's 2. Here's part 2. And then I'm going to go to the chef. Go back to the chef. Ooh, Lord. I got through off. My sister was messing up. Let's go. Shout out to Vlad.
So, as you guys start the sex, what happens then?
He just kind of like walking around, watching, kind of instructing her, telling her like to talk dirty and.
So he was instructing.
Switch positions, tell her get up, do this, and then like would be like stop, and she like she wanted me to dance for her in between us having sex. So we just like set up a little set, cut the lights on. She'd be like tell me to pick 2 songs. She'll pick 2 songs and kind of dance in between. And then he's just like watching, walking around watching and kind of instructing her. He'd like tell her to sit down and then tell me to sit down. I'll sit down. She'll dance for me a little bit, kind of just like mixing it up. And he's pretty much just directing her, telling her what to do while I'm dancing for her.
Well, didn't Jane Doe ask you to take off the condom?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I said no. And then she was like, well, could you come on me? So when I came, I pulled the condom off and came on her.
Okay. Before that happened,
Yuck.
what was Diddy doing as you guys are having sex?
He was sitting in the corner with his shirt off, and then at one point, like right before I came, he was sitting in the corner. He had his hands in his pants with his shirt off, and he was just sitting there. And then he would get up, and then he'd just be walking around smoking, like sipping a drink, smoking as me and her having sex, and just kind of telling her, do this, put more baby all on yourself, kind of instructing her throughout the process.
Right, but wasn't he pleasuring himself at one point?
Yeah.
Okay. So I remember when I talked to Punisher, right? He said that he was given, very clear instructions to not even, address Diddy on any point. Don't look him in the eye. Don't act like he's even there. He said the first time that him and Diddy actually locked eyes was when he was leaving the stand, in court. Was there any of that? Like, don't look at Diddy, don't talk to Diddy, or was this more kind of like?
No, when he was walking around, I looked at him. He was like, I'm not even here. But like at the same time, like I know you tried to record when I was first dancing for her, so I'm like conscious of him walking around. And he was like, I'm not even act like I'm not even here,
Okay, so you guys have sex with a condom while Diddy's watching.
Yeah.
Does he leave before you actually come?
No, he stayed in there.
He's actually in there.
Yeah.
Okay, and Punisher told me the exact same story. That basically he would have sex with Cassie, in his case, and right before he came, he'd have to pull out and bust on her stomach. So that's exactly what you did.
Yeah.
So after you bust, what happens next?
I get up and I go into the bathroom to take a shower, and then when I walk in the bathroom, in the tub, there's like this much hot water, and there's like 10 bottles of baby oil in the bathtub, and like 5 bottles of Astroglide, and just like floating in hot water. So when I walk in there, I'm like, So I'll stick my hand in the water, and like the water's like very hot. So I was like, they must have just put this in here. And I think to myself, well,
thank
I
you.
just used like 2 bottles of baby oil. So
Thank you. We are the facts.
Doing with all these bottles.
We are the receipts.
So there's just a massive amount of baby oil.
Thank
in that
you.
Massive amount of baby oil in the tub.
Tub. Okay. Well, the one thing Punisher told me that was very interesting. He told me part of the story off camera, but he said that every time he would butt.
Thank you. We are the receipts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all hit the like button right there on the orange for We Are the Receipts. Mwah, mwah. So they in there soaking, scalding hot Astroglide. So he like that Astroglide crap. Hot. Hot. Burning up hot. So not only he got the strong hand, he got a hot, strong hand in the baby oil while he's sitting in there going to work. And this is the guy that old girl Daphne asked, was she okay if Diddy joined? Now, I just read y'all, oh, wow, y'all wasn't here. I got to go back and read that other article from the guy who is suing Diddy and Cassie. He's suing Cassie as well. Clayton. Yeah. And he said Diddy, tried to manipulate him into thinking that his rear end entry was a vajayjay. He told him to go into his psychic, into his imagination, and imagine that his brown hole was a vajayjay. It's way more than just some freaky shit going on. Oh my God. Let's go.
They must have just put this in here, and I think to myself, well, I just used like 2 bottles of baby oil, so why do they got this many? Like, what they gonna be doing with all these bottles, you know?
So there's a massive amount of baby oil in that tub.
Massive amount of baby oil in the tub.
Okay.
With scalding hot water. Y'all hit the like button, please.
That was very interesting. He told me part of the story off camera. But he said that every time he would bust, before he came, Diddy would walk in the other room and close the door. And as soon as he would come, she would like jump up and like just try to hold kind of like the cum on her stomach, like the liquid gold, you know, make sure it didn't spill. It was like run into the other room and bring it to Diddy. And what he said that was really funny was that he was actually relieved after watching the court.
Are y'all listening to this?
Before he came, Diddy would walk in the other room and close the door. And as soon as he would come, she would like jump up and like just try to hold kind of like the cum on her stomach, like the liquid gold, you know, make sure it didn't spill. It was like run into the other room and bring it to Diddy. And what he said that was really funny was that he was actually relieved after watching the court case because he assumed that Diddy was eating it the whole time. When he found out,
he thought that Diddy was eating
halfway relieved. He was like, okay, I guess
the icing, the glazed icing off.
Oh my God.
He thought that Diddy was eating the glazed icing.
He was actually relieved after watching the court case because he assumed that Diddy was eating it the whole time. When he found out that he was rubbing on his nipples, he was like relieved. He was like, okay, I guess that's better than Diddy eating it, I guess.
Oh my God.
Do you have any idea? Jane Doe and funny was that he was actually relieved after watching the court case because he assumed that Diddy was eating it the whole time. When he found out that she would rub it on his nipples, he was like halfway relieved. He was like, okay, I guess that's better than Diddy eating it, I guess.
Oh my God.
Do you have any idea what Jane Doe and Diddy did with your man juice after you were done?
Well, I finished. I'm in the shower and I'm thinking to myself, like, I just came on, like, she's not gonna come get in the shower, you know? So I get out the shower and then when I walk out, they're having sex. Me and her are having sex.
On his icing. They having sex on his icing, his glazed icing. See? I remember I told y'all the other day that he was really imagining that they big old pallywhackers was his big old pallywhacker, and they glazed icing was his. Y'all don't remember me telling y'all that? In his sick, warped mind, where he fell short, he hired these male hookers to go in there and emulate and stimulate like he putting in the work. Them bars, wasn't those some bars, emulate, stimulate, like he doing the work? Them bars, ain't it? It was all a dream. He was imagining that that's him. Oh, wow.
That Diddy was eating it the whole time. When he found out that she would rub it. Before he came, Diddy would walk in the other room and close the door. And as soon as he would come, she would like jump up and like just try to hold kind of like the cum on her stomach, like the liquid gold, you know, make sure it didn't spill. It was like run into the other room and bring it to Diddy. And what he said that was really funny was that he was actually relieved after watching the court case.
Hi, boy. 2, 3. You are absolutely right. Ain't none of them kids his. He done put them folk glazed icing on his pallywhacker and went up in her like he done buzzed a nut. I kept thinking, now that boy Christian do favor him, but hell, he look like his mama, but that nose of his ain't neither one of they nose. And hell, now it makes sense to why Justin looked just like Wolf. She done laid there with Wolf's glazed icing all over her, and he gonna rub it all on him and put some on the tip of you know, his sausage and run up in there with that little old Tootsie Roll like he done bust some glazed icing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then we dumbasses, you calling yourself dumb? We dumbasses trying to figure out saying, no, none of this shit makes sense. How? Wait, what? How he pimping but he ain't getting paid, but he hiring male hookers but he treat what? Just all discombobulated. Just all over the place with it. And we with sense trying to act like we ain't got sense to try to figure out how this dumb shit makes sense. Justin. Now he looked just like Wolf. He looked just like Wolf. That we finding out that Diddy may have had something to do with him cause he was pressing him about paying him back his money that he was supposed to pay him for getting Bad Boy started. So he using other niggas' nuts. Boy, they messing around and do a DNA. Oh my God. Oh my God. So instead of going to the sperm bank, he get a movie out of it. He get to see some real pallywhacker. He get to play in another nigga's glazed icing and rubs it on the tip of his sausage and then go behind these strange male men. Don't clean up or nothing. And remember, he don't want them to use no protection. He get mad when they start asking for protections. Can I have a rubber band, man? I need a rubber band. I need to cover this bad boy up right here. He get mad. Throwing condoms, the dick better be hard. You know? What type of shit? And now you telling me that you done busted glazed icing all over her. You in the shower, you come out and he going to work with your shit on them. Because we just heard Flash said when he exploded, he was trying to be a gentleman and use one of them nasty ass white towels on the floor to wipe her up. And she said, leave that. Ooh, leave your glaze right here, baby. He trying to wipe her up, and she saying no. Now the Punisher, he happened to find out that that Diddy wasn't eating his shit, was just caressing his nipples. He was using it as, skin protected or something. They say that. They say it's good protein for the skin. Bottle that shit up, goddamn it. Bottle that up. Woo, it's good. My nipples ain't been so soft and subtle. My chest is glistening. It got rid of all my acne. Oh, yes, Lord. Oh, can we warm that up too? Yeah, let me rub you down with the Punisher's glazed icing. What type of fracker-knacker bullshit is this? It just keeps getting better and better. They gonna go in that dungeon. They gonna go in that dungeon and they gonna find all they in some containers and shit in a special room, and they gonna have all their names on there. Hell, he got a whole sperm bank down in that dungeon. Oh my God. He said, forget the pizza boxes, son. Go down there, at the walkway tunnel and throw away all the containers. Yeah, he's storing sperm. He got a whole sperm bank. You get a baby. And don't none of these kids look like him. Christian do favor him, but something about that nose. It ain't his or Kim's. Hell you mean? Let's go.
Because he assumed that Diddy was eating it the whole time. when he found out that she would rub it on his nipples, he was like halfway relieved. He was like, okay, I guess that's better than Diddy eating it, I guess.
Oh my God.
Do you have any idea what Jane Doe and Diddy did with your man juice after you were done?
Well, I finished. I'm in the shower and I'm thinking to myself, like, I just came on, like, she's not gonna come get in the shower, So I get out the shower and then when I walk out, they're having sex. Him and her are having sex.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like,
so
she didn't even wash that off of her.
Okay, so basically Diddy got your sloppy seconds.
Yeah.
With his icing.
It threw me off, really. Like, I walked into the living room, closed the door, and started getting dressed. I was like, all right.
Like, I do not want to be here right now. Yeah. I mean, were they, like, asking you to join in? Or no?
Like, I opened the door, and they in the bed, and they're having sex, and I'm like, interesting. And I literally just walk out.
Nasty as
Discovering a new Asura. Visit us today and experience.
Excuse my French, but that is some of the nastiest.
Walk out, close the door, and start putting my clothes on.
I don't know how to process that. First of all, he's a stranger that you just open the door. I mean, he done got so comfortable, y'all. He ain't even covering his face no more. He ain't even Ayatollah Khomeini. He ain't even got his gear on. So he got a 7-Eleven storage full of down in that underground tunnel shit thing. Yeah. Mad scientist type shit. A whole room full of other glazed icing. And she just, ain't no way in the world. I don't know no female who just go, oh my God. If you don't get your ass up, come on. I don't know, but maybe them twins look like Kim Porter. Yeah, but Justin look like her but don't hit. If y'all look at the bridge of Justin's nose, that nose ain't neither one of their nose. He do favor Puffy. He favored Kim. But that nose, man, I look at his nose thinking, where you get that from? Where'd that come from? But hell, now I need to go look at the 26, 27 damn hookers, male exotic hookers, and see who got that thick bridge ass nose. That's brown. Well, it don't matter what, cause Kim is brown skin. This is crazy. Okay, so let me finish. So you just let these dudes come in here. You opening the door now. So this is the second person I done heard that that Diddy wanted to get with. The one that's suing, one of the ones that's suing. Diddy wanted him to imagine that his shithole was a vajayjay. He wanted to try to manipulate him into thinking that that's a coochie. If that right there is some that ain't bisexual to me. Don't be trying to manipulate me into thinking that that's a coochie. No. Now you think I'm Willie Foo the fool. And we know that old Daphne asked if he would be okay with a threesome with Diddy. Shelly said, everybody, please, y'all sure better hit the like button. It's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to shut it down. But listen. So he liked him so much that he wanted to be him going up in there. So whatever he saw he wanted, he liked it. I like that shit. Baby, listen, these feds finna come back around and hit them with these male hookers. They popping out all over the place. They waited until they got the outcome to see how it was, how the defense was going to come, what angle they gonna come. He got hit fooling with these male hookers, and now all of a sudden these male hookers are now suing DT and Cassie. You just hit that. Thank you, Ivan. Do y'all see the angle in which they finna come? Cause I knew, remember Shelly Shell, I said he was subpoenaed. Why was he not called? This cat was subpoenaed. And Diddy wanted to get with him. He wanted a threesome with him. Now we finding out the chef was subpoenaed. I wonder where she was a chef at. Found out that Flash, the Jules, dropped his name to them folk. Why were they not subpoenaed? This dude done came behind another dude. Is that running the train type shit? He didn't have another, so it's like he was trying to run a train? Huh? And you don't even know if this dude was clean. He came in. Y'all didn't make him get in the shower or nothing. Just off the street, stranger. He over there working. Then you send him to go shower while he come in behind him with his glazed icing still on her. Oh yeah, that's some weird shit, man.
Myself, like, I just came on, like, she's not gonna come get in the shower, you know? So I get out the shower, and then when I walk out, they're having sex.
Oh.
Me and her are having sex.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like,
So
she didn't even wash that off of her.
Okay, so
Yeah.
basically Diddy got your sloppy seconds.
That's some nasty,
Okay.
sticky,
How did it make you feel when you saw
funky
that?
shit, man.
It threw me off, really. Like, I walked into the living room, closed the door, and started getting dressed. Yeah, I was like, all right.
Like, I do not want to
Time
be
for me
here
to
right
get out
now.
of here. Yeah.
I mean, were they like asking you to join in or
No, like, I opened the door, both of them, and they in the bed and they're having sex, and I'm like, interesting. And I literally just walk out, close the door, and start putting my clothes on.
Okay.
Yes, human
And
nature. He was really attracted to him.
I didn't get to 2 yet.
Oh, okay.
So she walks out and she was like, thank you, we enjoyed that. How much do I owe you? And I was like, 5. She gave me, and I left.
Okay. How'd you feel walking out of there?
I was
Now I ain't into none of this stuff. Let me tell you something.
dressed.
Rico, because you know, yeah, you Rico. You were supposed to get double. Shit. You went in the stripper. You came out a hooker, but you left some icing on the cake, and hell, he came back and did his due on your icing. Shit. He was supposed to pay you extra for that, cause you got a baby. You got a baby out there somewhere. Hell, let me see the bridge of your nose. Oh, that was with Jane Doe. That was with Daphne. Yeah, so it's some cats out there got babies and they don't even know they got babies. Yeah, Diddy really liked Rico. He asked for a threesome. I can't wait to hear. Hold on, I'm gonna finish. I can't wait to hear the story. Let me stop moving stuff. On this one. But he got some type of infection. So the ones that's suing him, Johnny was his stage name, and what's the other guy's stage name? Let me see. They were left with some things. This one, he looked like he kind of favor what's that guy, BLACYOUNGSTA. I don't know what the deal is on this one, but yeah, he's suing too. What's his stage name? Dave. Yeah. So them two right there, not Rico. Rico didn't he didn't get left with. Dave just got a nice body. Yeah. But he the one Diddy wanted him to act like his butthole was a vajayjay. Baby, it seems like they if they wanted to humiliate him before, if they finna come at this angle with these male hookers that went in as strippers and came out hookers, now if that ain't coercion, I don't know what is. It may not have been forced, but the dang show was coercion. And I'm wondering, is Cowboys and Angels Jules business? What about Rico too? You talking about this Rico, or you talking about racketeering? Cause this Rico here, it's gonna be hard for me to see him in trouble. Like, ooh-wee, you know. And I don't know if it's him or his voice, but let's keep going. He wanted his juice all over his body. He wanted Rico's juice all over his body. Diddy, you nasty boy. He gonna make me talk like Axel Foley. Victor Mailer. Rico, he wanted you out over his body. Come on, let's go.
Like, she's not gonna come get in the shower, you know? So I get out the shower, and then when I walk out,
They
they're
nasty
having
as
sex.
hell.
Either me and her are having sex.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like,
So
she didn't even wash that off of her.
okay. So
Yeah.
basically, Diddy got your sloppy seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. How did that make you feel
Diddy
when you saw
look,
that?
it was acting like he ran a
Yo,
train.
Like, I walked into the living room, closed the door, and started getting dressed. Yeah, I was like, all right.
Let me get up out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, were they like asking you to join in or
No. Like, I opened the door and they in the bed and they're having sex, and I'm like, interesting. And I literally just walk out, close the door, and start putting my clothes on.
Okay. And they give you what, the 3,000 extra?
The 5. I didn't get the 2 yet.
Oh, okay.
So she walks out and she was like, thank you, we enjoyed that.
We
How much
enjoyed
for you?
that.
And I was like, 5. She gave me, and then I left.
Okay. How'd you feel walking out of there?
I was kind of like surprised at the ending, like how he was having sex with her. She didn't take a shower with the cum, but at the same time, I was just like,
You know, so he was like, was it missionary?
yeah, she was laying down on her back and he was on top of her.
So basically, your
Yeah.
cum juice is rubbing up on his stomach as
And
he's
hers.
having sex with her. That's
So I was kind of thrown off from
okay.
that.
Yeah, that's a little nasty. Okay. So you walked out and you were like, okay, damn, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you had a second encounter also.
Yep. Like probably like 4 months later.
4 months later. So when they hit you, did they tell you, okay, same couple as last time?
Yep. Same client.
All right, so you knew what was up.
Yeah.
So what happens the second time?
The second time it was I think in Beverly Hills.
She,
It was a
human
club
nature,
around
he asked.
Hermitage.
She asked.
And I go up and
She did ask about a threesome. Oh, you talking about in the bathroom? Definitely wanted. Diddy wanted to join. Y'all, come on! It's 219 people in here, and I need to like double tap your screen if you're on your phone listening in, or if you're on your laptop or computer, hit the thumbs up, please. Thank you. Let's go.
it's the same setup, but this time they have like a fruit tray, a couple bottles, and like pre-rolls on the table. So I walk in and we sitting at the table just like eating out the fruit tray and drinking and talking, and he was like asking me if I wanted a rhino pill. And I was like,
what?
It's like the gas station pills, the sex pills that you get.
He steady distributing that, and it's odd that was one of the questions that the jurors asked and didn't use distribution of drugs in selecting the 2 in the racketeering. But let's go.
Gas stations, and I was like, no, I'm good. I don't need that, you know. And then he has he comes back. He was like, what about the honey pack? And it said hidden vault on it, and I was like, hidden vault. And she was like, it's just honey. So I read it, and I'm like, okay, it's closed. It's honey. I'll give it a shot. So I did the honey pack, and that was my first time learning about the honey. If you know about it.
No, I don't. What is it?
Yeah, it's like kind of like the rhino pill at the gas station, and it had such a sexual performance. You know, just kind of chill, smoke, and still had like the towels laid out. So the same scenario. She already had like a list of songs this time that she wanted me to dance to. Mm-hmm. So I danced for like 4 songs. She got a pair of underwear that she wanted me to wear for some reason. It's like some black boxer briefs. I put those on. I danced for. Same thing. A lot of baby all as I'm dancing, and he's kind of instructing her, telling her to dance, telling her what to say.
I think
like
so
speak
too.
dirty, you know. And then we did that in the living room
I
for
think
like
so
30
too.
minutes.
Human nature.
Then moved to the bedroom and kind of the same situation, but I couldn't come the second time.
Okay, so was it condoms again?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they ask you not to wear a condom this time?
No.
Okay, so they already knew.
She asked me to come on though again.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going through the motions, but you can't come.
Yeah.
Is it because
I don't know,
Diddy's right
because
there?
he was pacing, or the honey, like the honey is just like a Viagra type supplement that I was like, I was hard, but I just couldn't come.
Okay.
You know?
So what happened? At one point you just gave up?
Yeah, I was like, it's not working. And she was like, it's okay, I'm tired, you're good. And then I just ended that one.
Okay, so you took the condom off.
Yeah.
go back to the bathroom again?
No, I just took the condom off and started getting dressed.
Oh, so you didn't even shower this time?
Yeah, and I didn't even shower.
Okay. And was Diddy upset at all, or?
He was like, no, he was like, you good, bro, you good. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes, but you could tell, like, that's what they wanted, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, so you got paid the $5,000 again, or?
Yeah.
Okay. What year was that?
One of them was end of 2023, and one was beginning of 2024.
Okay.
Oh, that was recent.
24.
August.
Oh, wow. I don't know why I thought his was.
This dental appliance.
Oh, she was.
Explosive
Oh, that was recent. Diddy was anxious for. Oh, he wanted that. Oh my God. Hold on. Will Diddy be? Yeah, human nature. I think he gonna get more time than people think that he gonna get. I really do, cause something is really going on with these male. Okay, well hell, I'm here now. Did I listen to him? I don't know who you are. Get to it. Nah, hold on. I don't want to hear that. We heard that one. Let's hear this.
City, SLS in Beverly Hills, and the Mondrian in West.
Shout out to the ticket.
Negligence. According to the reports from Variety.com, it says as the verdict looms in Diddy's criminal trial in New York, the embattled rapper has been hit with a new lawsuit. This actor that goes by the name and model that goes by the name of Edmond Laurent, a former model and actor who appeared in Britney Spears and Lil' Kim music videos, is now suing Diddy and several other Jane and John Does of assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, and sexual battery, as well as civil conspiracy and aiding and abetting. Now, this man who's called the Islander is seeking damages for his alleged crimes that he alleges were committed upon him. Now, in a 32-page complaint that he has filed, he basically said that in a Los Angeles Superior Court, he chronicled series of alleged incidents that took place in the late 2000s at a swath of luxury hotels in Los Angeles area, including the Intercontinental in Century City, SLS in Beverly Hills, and the Mondrian in West Hollywood. Now, according to the lawsuit, Laurent was D-word and R-worded by Diddy and a mystery woman who purposely punctured a condom with her nails and exposed him to a sexually transmitted infection. Now, the complaint states that he suffered severe health issues, including stomach cancer, as a result of this situation. As described in the complaint, he is heterosexual and was once a highly sought after to be in music videos with the likes of Tupac Shakur.
Oh, he go back.
Dr. Dre, Britney Spears, Lil' Kim, Tamia, and other prominent artists, and appeared on an episode of Baywatch as well in the late 2000s. He was signed to the modeling agency and talent agency Latin Connection that booked him on jobs and an extra in films and music videos, as well as performing at bachelorette parties as male entertainment. Now, the alleged abuse perpetrated by Diddy began when Mr. Laurent's agency...
Did he say he was aped by Diddy?
At a swath of luxury hotels in Los Angeles area, including the Intercontinental in Century City, SLS in Beverly Hills, and the Mondrian in West Hollywood. Now, according to the lawsuit, Laurent was D-word and R-worded by Diddy and a mystery woman who purposefully punctured a condom with her nails and exposed him to a sexually transmitted infection. Now, the complaint states that he suffered severe health issues, including stomach cancer, as a result of this situation. As described in the complaint, he is heterosexual and was once a highly sought after to be in music videos with the likes of Tupac Shakur, Dr. Dre, Britney Spears, Lil Kim, Tamia, and other prominent artists, and appeared on an episode of Baywatch as well in the late 2000s. He was signed to the modeling agency and talent agency Latin Connection that booked him on jobs and an extra in films and music videos, as well as performing at bachelorette parties as male entertainment. Now, the alleged abuse perpetrated by Diddy began when Mr. Laurent's agency booked him for a job at a bachelorette party at an LA hotel. Now, he arrived to find a man and a woman wearing masks who wanted a private dance. Seeing nothing wrong with the request,
submit my own letter to the judge. I stand by
Diplomatic technology.
And left.
I stand by
with Sean Diddy Combs, according to his complaint. A few days later, he received another call from the woman and returned after performing his dance for the couple. The woman propositioned Mr. Laurent for sexual intercourse. According to the complaint, Diddy noted how much pleasure he derived from watching another man fuck his girl. Laurent agreed, put on a condom, and proceeded to have sex with the woman. He was paid an additional $1,000 for the act. Following that encounter, the woman continued to contact Laurent, inviting him to return. Upon arriving for another meeting at the Mondrian, the couple unmasked themselves and asked the plaintiff to apply an excessive amount of baby oil. They offered him a drink, which he tasted and quickly declined, informing them that at the time he didn't want to consume alcohol. The Jane Doe then offered him
they was gonna ape him
cocaine, X, and GHB, all to which he declined, reiterating he didn't use these substances. Now, Combs insisted that he be on that same frequency as they were on, demanding that he take at least one shot of alcohol to lighten up. The plaintiff, reluctant but under pressure, obliged. Now, Mr. Laurent became extremely woozy and lightheaded. Months went by before he received a call from Jane Doe and was invited to another hotel. During this encounter, he was offered substances, illegal, and alcohol, which he declined, but was forced to use an immense amount of baby oil, which he believes was infused with GHB.
There go.
Had sex with the woman. Combs asked him to remove the condom. The plaintiff refused, and Diddy and the Jane Doe informed him that they had recently been tested, were both clean, and stated that the plaintiff was the only other partner that she had. They even went so far as to produce what they claimed to be valid blood work results as the evidence that Jane Doe was STD and STI free, the suit says. Jane Doe reached down, broke the rubber with her fingernail as the plaintiff was penetrating her. Diddy then came behind the plaintiff, leaning closely in and whispering in his ear in a low, suggestive tone, "Yeah, fuck that pussy." Pound that pussy. His voice was deliberate and insistent, reinforcing the coercive atmosphere. Plaintiff felt increasingly trapped and uncomfortable, but due to the effects of the drug baby oil and the situation he found himself in, he struggled to fully resist or leave, though he attempted to and had all intent to, but was hindered by those drugs. Furthermore, Diddy also told the woman how to perform oral sex on him. When she did not perform oral sex on him as she was instructed, he would snatch the plaintiff's penis from her and mimic the movements of how he wanted her.
Mimic. Oh, hold on. My phone finna go all the way out.
On the final encounter,
Mimic.
the couple offered Laurent.
God dang, hold on.
Specifically because he didn't drink alcohol.
Lace this orange
to him,
juice.
Jane Doe and Sean Diddy Combs had spiked the drink with a roofie and ketamine. When the plaintiff regained consciousness, he was lying naked on the bed, lathered in baby oil.
Lather.
And felt immense pressure and pain in his booty.
Oh, wow.
Joe woke up, pulled out a stack of $100 bills, and handed him $500.
500?
He shut the hotel room door. The plaintiff was left feeling violated, confused, physically unwell. Weeks later, booty hole warts appeared around the rim of Mr. Laurent's booty. The complaint says he was diagnosed with, I don't even want to say that word, I'm going to throw it up. Mr. Laurent began vomiting so frequently.
Hold up. So, they drugged him with the alcohol. With the orange juice. Diddy went up in there while he was out with whatever. I'm trying to bring this closer because I'm out of juice, y'all. With whatever infection he have on his pallywhacker, and gave it to him. And when he woke up 2 weeks later, he done permanently gave him whatever he got. Now, I ain't never heard of having herpes around the outer canal of the, I don't know how to say it nicely, but y'all know what I'm talking about. But baby, when I tell you they setting this shit up, and you done already been convicted of hookers, and now they coming out with they truths. Not the females now. Not the females. I wonder how the brothers gonna spin this shit. Woo! I can't wait to hear how the guys finna turn this around. T-sippers. How many times, how many days, how long have I been saying that the fellas don't have nothing to say about the male hookers? All y'all want to bash is the females. Now you got the male hookers, to whom he has been convicted of. How are they gonna move the goal post now on they boy, the diddler. You got these clown ass YouTubers out there harassing women outside the courtroom. Bad boys are back. The booty busters are back. Yeah. Mad at women. Mad at the women. Calling them whores. But didn't have nothing to say about the guys. Now they suing. Now they got diseases. She had sores and shit in her mouth. Now he got sores and shit in his beep. How are they gonna spend it now? T-sippers. How many times I kept telling them, you all up in that nigga's beep. Huh? Didn't I tell them? Didn't I tell them? Now y'all gonna be up in there for real. Let's see how y'all spend this one. Baby, because how they painting his ass ain't gonna get out. Hello. They say we know more than one way to skin a cat. Oh my. Let's keep listening.
That he lost his ability to retain solid food.
Don't wear these perfumes if you don't like compliments.
Oh my God.
Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes, but honestly,
and had all intent to, but was hindered by those drugs. Furthermore, Diddy also told the woman how to perform oral sex on him.
Oh, hold on, y'all.
He did not perform oral sex on him as she was instructed. He would snatch the plaintiff's penis. It was infused with encounter. The woman continued to contact Laurent, inviting him to return. Upon arriving for another meeting at the Mondrian, the couple unmasked themselves and asked the plaintiff to apply an excessive amount of baby oil. They offered him a drink, which he tasted and quickly declined, informing them that at the time he didn't want to consume alcohol. The Jane Doe then offered him that cocaine, X, and GHB
distribution,
all to which he declined, reiterating he didn't use these substances. Now Combs insisted
he did what?
On that same frequency
insisted
as they were on, demanding that he take at least one shot of alcohol
forced him
to lighten up. The
forced him
reluctant, but under pressure, obliged. Now Mr. Laurent became extremely woozy and lightheaded. Months went by before he received a call from Jane Doe and was invited to another hotel. During this encounter, he was offered substances, illegal, and alcohol, which he declined, but was forced to use an immense amount of baby oil, which he believes was infused with GHB. While Laurent had sex with the woman, Combs asked him to remove the condom. The plaintiff refused, and Diddy and the Jane Doe informed him that they had recently been tested, were both clean, and stated that the plaintiff was the only other partner
lying
she had. They even went so far as to produce what they claimed to be blood work results as the evidence that Jane Doe was STD and STI free, the suit says. Jane Doe reached down, broke the rubber with her fingernail as the plaintiff was penetrating her.
Or why you didn't get your ass up?
Diddy then came behind the plaintiff, leaning closely in and whispering in his ear in a low, suggestive tone, "Yeah, fuck that pussy. Pound that pussy. His voice was deliberate and insistent, reinforcing the coercive atmosphere. Plaintiff felt increasingly trapped and uncomfortable, but due to the effects of the drug baby oil and the situation,
There go that drug baby oil.
he struggled to fully resist or leave, though he attempted to and had all intent to, but was hindered by those drugs. Furthermore, Diddy also told the woman how to perform oral sex on him. When she did not perform oral sex on him as she was instructed, he would snatch the plaintiff's penis from her and mimic the movements of how he wanted her to slob on this man's knob. On the final encounter,
He did what?
the couple offered Laurent some orange juice, specifically because he didn't drink alcohol. Deliberate and insistent, reinforcing the coercive atmosphere. Plaintiff felt increasingly trapped and uncomfortable, but due to the effects of the drug baby oil and the situation he found himself in, he struggled to fully resist or leave, though he attempted to and had all intent to, but was hindered by those drugs. Furthermore, Diddy also told the woman how to perform oral sex on him. When she did not perform oral sex on him as she was instructed, he would snatch the plaintiff's penis from her and mimic the movements
Oh, mimic.
of how he wanted her to slob
On his knob.
man's knob. On the final
Damn.
encounter, the couple offered Laurent some orange juice, specifically because he didn't drink alcohol.
So is Diddy implying that he is a D-sucker pro? So he was mimicking how to slob on the knob? Like he know, cause he a pro? Y'all, please get the likes up. Oh, Lord. I took a nap. I didn't know I was going to wake up to this. How does he know? He grabbed it. He took it from her. Said, give me that D. Give me that. Give me that. What you put? Give me that sausage. Let me show you how a pro do. Give me this motherfucker. Let me show you how the neck work. You got to work that neck. What your jawbone do? What your mouth do? Huh? What? Huh? How strong are your jaws? What? Is that motherfucker reaching your tonsils in the back of your... What the fuck are we doing? Give me this motherfucker and let me show you what to do with it. You see all this meat? You ain't hungry. You better lick this like it's a lollipop. Let me show you how to lick it. How you gonna be in my movie, in my film, and you don't know what the fuck you doing with this big old piece of meat? Oh, Diddy, what? Say it ain't so. You finna go for real.
The plaintiff was penetrating her. Diddy then came behind the plaintiff, leaning closely in and whispering in his ear in a low, suggestive tone, yeah, fuck that pussy. Pound that pussy. His voice was deliberate and insistent, reinforcing the coercive atmosphere. Plaintiff felt increasingly trapped and uncomfortable, but due to the effects of the drug baby oil and the situation he found himself in, he struggled to fully resist or leave, though he attempted to and had all intent to, but was hindered by those drugs. Furthermore, Diddy also told the woman how to perform oral sex on him. When she did not perform oral sex on him as she was instructed, he would snatch the plaintiff's penis.
How dare you go to a commercial?
On December 14th,
how dare you go to a commercial?
7-year-old son Daniel
and you got that
shot to death in.
He would snatch the plaintiff's penis from her and mimic the movements of how he wanted her to slob on this man's knob.
So do he have the penis in his hand?
Encounter, the couple offered Laurent some orange juice, specifically because he didn't drink alcohol. Unbeknownst to him, Jane Doe and Sean Diddy Combs had spiked the drink with
Diddy grabbed the sausage from her and showed her how it's done. You better eat this motherfucking
he was
meat.
lying naked on the bed, lathered in baby oil, and felt immense pressure and pain in his booty.
It did not say booty.
I'm fully resist or leave, though he attempted to and had all intent to, but was hindered by those drugs. Furthermore, Diddy also told the woman how to perform oral sex on him. When she did not perform oral sex on him as she was instructed, he would snatch the plaintiff's penis from her and mimic the movements of how he wanted her.
They burning on that knob.
On the final encounter, the couple offered Laurent some orange juice, specifically because he didn't drink alcohol. Unbeknownst to him, Jane Doe and Sean Diddy Combs had spiked the drink with a roofie and ketamine. When the plaintiff regained consciousness, he was lying naked on the bed, lathered in baby oil, and felt immense pressure and pain in his booty. Jane Doe woke up, pulled out a stack of $100 bills, and handed him $500, and abruptly shut the hotel room door.
$500, man, you for 4,500 short. Not short, short. You for 4,500 short. You done touch my thing, she done touch my thing. That's double for the trouble, baby. What we doing? 500? Everybody else been getting $5 grand. I get 500. You done snatched my shit and she done tried to suck it. Both of y'all failed. I need my money. Shit. You do you know how much everybody else was getting paid? And you let her break a condom for $500? Oh, he treated you like a cheap hooker, didn't he? Oh yeah, nah, he didn't do the other ones like that. Man, you are not going to get out. This is why you are trying to rush. Well, I mean, not just because, but you know shit coming. The way you acting is like when people know that they've been in trouble, they done got stopped and arrested, and they know they got a warrant out there someplace else, and they don't want that warrant to pop up And they trying their best to hurry up and get out.
Him, Jane Doe, and Sean Diddy Combs had spiked the drink with a roofie and ketamine. When the plaintiff regained consciousness, he was lying naked on the bed, lathered in baby oil, and felt immense pressure and pain in his booty. Jane Doe woke up, pulled out a stack of $100 bills, and handed him $500, and abruptly shut the hotel room door. The plaintiff was left feeling violated, confused, physically unwell. Weeks later, booty hole warts appeared around the rim of Mr. Laurent's booty. The complaint says he was diagnosed with, I don't even want to say that word, I'm going to throw up. Mr. Laurent began vomiting so frequently that he lost his ability.
He was pregnant, Sylvia. I mean, cold facts.
As a result of getting bumped in the butt, he suffered debilitating health issues that led to him having gastric surgery and eventually stomach cancer, the lawsuit says. Also, this report says that Mr. Laurent, alongside other famous faces, were filed in this lawsuit, including Pamela Anderson on Baywatch and Oprah Winfrey in Happier Times. Those pictures are juxtaposed by a current picture of a frail-looking Laurent who is missing his teeth now due to so much vomiting. His lawsuit also lists the mystery woman as a defendant, referring to her as Jane Doe, whose identity is unknown to Mr. Laurent. It also names an additional 9 Jane and John Does who participated, facilitated, aided, conspired, or otherwise contribute to the wrongful acts. Those Jane and John Does, who loosely fit the description of an entourage, controlled access, security, and medical supplies, including drinks and oils, within private suites, and cleaned evidence, ignored loud disturbances, and refused to summon help. Combs is currently being detained at the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Wow.
Waiting on his actual...
I never let my hair air dry naturally until today. My hair has always been kind of frizzy and brittle, but I'm...
Okay, so now, let me pause, because I'm just hearing these details, but I'm a little, I don't know. He said the second encounter, he didn't say when he got there was other people there, so... Oh, so when you woke up, there was other people there. That's kind of like Q. That's kind of like when Q woke up, it was other people there that was filming and stuff. Here come the males, y'all. Here come the males. Cause this sounded like Q. And he done already been, oh my goodness. Where all them where all the guys that had all of that to say about the females? Where they at? I know it's too early, baby, but I'ma wear y'all asses out. Where y'all at? Y'all was all up in his tail. Now, here come the males. How y'all gonna justify it? They went in. You can't say that they already was this. They went in and hired as a male entertainer for performance. They were coerced. Once they got there, the rate increased because they wanted some skin on skin. Let me slide that in activity. Oh no, Cole. Facts. It was already, we already stopped that. We already knew it was out there. We didn't know the details, but we dang sure knew it was more than what they presented. Now, if we gonna keep it real, did they set his ass up? Yeah, but they said it. It wasn't like it was no secret. They said all other lawsuits and all other cases were put on hold until they had the outcome of the federal. He's not convicted of these charges. They gonna hit. He was not. No. He was those charges. Hold up, because I was wondering, why did they specifically put Jane Doe, Cassie, solicitation of this for Cassie, solicitation for this for Jane Doe? They put names on it. They put names on it. Yeah, so now it will be racketeering, coercion, or by force, drugs, all of that for these male workers. See the difference? See how they had it under Jane Doe and Cassie? Now this don't have nothing to do with Jane Cassie. Well, actually, it's kind of the flip, because the other cat, not him, the other cat is suing Cassie and Diddy. That's the other cat. This cat right here is Jane Doe and Diddy. So it's kind of the reverse. So it's definitely not the same. It is not double jeopardy, because the racketeering before was under Jane Doe and Cassie. So the prostitution was Jane Doe and Cassie. Not double jeopardy, baby. You're a lie to me. You a lie. They worked that perfectly. It is not double jeopardy. No, it's both of them. What are you talking about? Probably only Cassidy. Are you stupid? I've already showed. Go do your homework. Don't come in here. Don't come in here lying. I said what I said. The paperwork is for Cassie and Diddy. For the other guy. Now, don't come in here changing what you probably. No, that's what it says. What the hell is wrong with you? Now go in the corner and think about it. Or pull it up and see for yourself. Do your own legwork. Don't come in here changing my storyline with them fake ass narratives. Okay? Okay. Let's go.
right?
Now, so that we clear, we talking about two different lawsuits. One is this guy right here. And so I'm just now hearing the details of his right now with my tea sippers. The other lawsuit is with the other guy, Dave. His stage name was Johnny. The other one is Dave, and Dave is suing Cassie and Diddy. And he's saying something about an abortion. And Diddy tried to manipulate him into acting like his butthole was a vajayjay. Two different people. This cat right here is with Jane Doe. So don't come in here changing no narratives or none of that. And yes, we got to go back and talk about the chef. So far, they got two guys and a lady chef. Thank you, Sylvia. Don't let them come over here trying to change no narrative. And the let me get right here. Over here. Right here.
Was served with a grand jury subpoena.
There go the chef.
Before they left my home in Atlanta, Georgia.
Can y'all hear her over here?
As one of the actual minor victims to Sean Combs' physical assault while I was employed by him. As someone who was a witness to the abuse towards Cassandra Ventura Vine during my time of working for Sean Combs, I would just like to say that this is a grave miscarriage of justice, and I would like to also address that last year on March 20th, I was contacted by the federal government. They showed up at my door with badges. I refused to speak to them because I was, as one of the actual minor victims to Sean Combs' physical assault while I was employed by him. As someone
okay,
who was a witness,
so them are the three we talking about
Cassandra
tonight.
Ventura Vine during my time of working for Sean Combs. I would just like to say I confided in 3 different people about that visit from the feds. Terrified is actually an understatement. By April 11th,
can y'all hear her?
2024, I was being contacted by Sean Combs' initial lawyer, Aaron Dyer. I have a voicemail that he left and text messages stating that Mr. Combs was aware of the visit from the government and that they would like to extend to cover my legal fees. Was terrified, so I was served with a grand jury subpoena that day before they left my home in Atlanta, Georgia. I confided in 3. These are facts. This, in my opinion, was witness tampering. I was supposed to testify this year on May 20th. I was in New York. It was announced. It was on CNN that I was supposed to be testifying, and I was pulled because I flipped out on the government. These are also facts. I want to be very clear. As a victim, as a former employee of Sean Combs, I do not feel safe. I am extremely traumatized. I do not know where to go from here. These are facts. This, in my opinion, was witness tampering. I was supposed to testify this year on May 20th. I was in New York. It was announced. It was on CNN that I was supposed to be testifying, and I was pulled because I flipped out on the government. These are also facts. I want to be very clear. As a victim,
witness
as a
tampering,
former employee of Sean Combs, I do not feel safe. I am extremely traumatized. I do not know where to go from here. These are facts. Submit my own letter to the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura fine in 2009. I know that she was dragged from the vehicle, okay? I know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have anything more to say, and I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly, submit my own letter to.
and there is a long letter. Oh.
The judge.
So she was 3.
Was terrified as one of the actual.
Oh. So she was 3. She was supposed. Oh.
Minor victims to Sean Combs' physical assault while I was employed by him. As someone who was a witness to the abuse towards Cassandra Ventura Fine during my time of working for Sean Combs, I would just like to say that this is a grave miscarriage of justice. And I would like to also address that last year on March 20th, I was contacted by the federal government. They showed up at my door with badges. I refused to speak to them because I was, as one of the actual minor victim, was terrified. So I was served with a grand jury subpoena that day before they left my home in Atlanta, Georgia. I confided in 3 different people about that visit from the feds. Terrified is actually an understatement. By April 11th of 2024, I was being contacted by Sean Combs' initial lawyer, Aaron Dyer. I have a voicemail that he left and text messages stating that Mr. Combs was aware of the visit from the government and that they would like to extend to cover my legal fees. These
So just like they were covering girl's legal fees, Jane Doe, which made it seem strange to the juror. Why is he still paying her rent and still covering her legal fees? But she's testifying against him. So if she would have showed up, they would have known that the attorney was paying her legal fees as well. Oh, wow.
These are facts. This, in my opinion, was witness
tampering. So, which would look like witness tampering also with Jane Doe, since he is paying for her attorney.
Submit my own letter to the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura fine in 2009. I know that she was dragged from the vehicle, okay? I know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag.
Oh, my bad, y'all.
Bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have
this is the
anything more
chef.
to say, and I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly, submit my own letter to the judge.
This is not Jane. This is his former chef. So she was supposed to testify and she flipped. She flipped. She flipped on the government. Oh, wow.
So, also, my bad, you guys. Also, hold on 1 second, you guys.
Oh, just when you thought all your troubles was over.
Hold on 1 second, you guys.
Is this the same chef that he settled out of court? I don't know. I don't know anything about him settling.
That involves both Sean Diddy Combs.
I don't know, but she given the dates of when the feds came to her. The feds came to her in Georgia and subpoenaed her in March. In April, Diddy's people contacted her. You know, he had gotten in trouble before by the judge. That's why that $50 million was turned down, because of witness tampering that he was doing, contacting the witnesses in jail. And he got in trouble with the same judge about witness tampering. Because I know at least 2 or 3 people didn't show up on both ends, my understanding. Let's listen. I'm almost out of juice, y'all.
And Cassie Ventura. Now this one is a 49-page lawsuit from Mr. Clayton Howard. Now he has a completely different
Clayton, that's the other guy. Let's listen.
Now, he brings his action against Diddy and Cassie arising from an 8-year period of systematic sexual exploitation.
So this one is on Diddy and Cassie.
And abuse that occurred between approximately 2009 and 2019.
But it's not him. Hold on. I want to find a picture of that guy. Well, let me just put it on there.
exposes the darker truth behind the widely publicized narrative surrounding Cassie Ventura's recent civil settlement and the ongoing criminal prosecution of Sean Diddy Combs. Now, as I get into this complaint, I have a question in the Cash App, and the question is this going to become criminal? And I'm going to say this to you. And then you send me another donation.
I don't know that for sure, Sylvia. What she said was she was contacted back on April the 11th. I think she said, oh, it's a whole bunch more to this. And on April the 11th, by the black attorney that left, that quit Diddy. So she didn't say if she accepted their services. She said that he offered to pay for her legal fees. But that attorney that contacted her is no longer on. She wrote a long, they showing all the letters. I'll show this later or tomorrow. Excuse me.
Give me, let me see what your name is again. That's you. That's a different person. Shout out to Tara and shout out to Stephanie too. But also, Belinda, I see you in the Cash App. You asked me about double jeopardy. Here's the situation. Sean Diddy Combs, in the case he just had, that he just beat the RICO and the sex trafficking.
Let's see if he say it right.
Those independent people, that case cannot be brought up in a federal court again. He has been found innocent on those charges. Here's the thing.
Those are different people.
The feds, whether it be in New York, Florida, California, where you're hearing most of these things, if they have evidence sufficient on other racketeering,
absolutely,
sex trafficking,
absolutely,
or any, for example, Diddy only got hit with 2 counts of transportation and prostitution. So you got more people that's coming out now saying that they were trafficked and they were paid as prostitutes for Diddy. Famous people. This ain't nobody. You got people that's been in big time famous videos, and they put their name to it.
They put their name.
And also Clayton Howard. So here's the thing.
Those people's names were not brought up.
Want to double back, do a different case with Diddy.
Absolutely.
Now it's going to be worse because he's already a convicted felon.
Absolutely.
And then, right, let me answer this question. You said, do I really think Puff and Cass was the only one? No, it's not what I'm saying, dog. We only talking about this particular case, though. So
he absolutely right.
I guess when I don't know who else they dealt with, we're only dealing with this particular situation because.
Oh, good night, Mona.
Janet Jackass. So what I'm saying is, here's the thing: Diddy's original racketeering case and his original sex trafficking case
was Cassie
came from civil action, but it wasn't from Cassie Ventura. Lil Rod, Rodney Jones.
Their suit, hold on, I don't want to get confused, but those charges, those racketeering and charges was Cassie and Jane Doe, and those were the names that was mentioned. If they start up a new racketeering, you got 2 different names now. You got 2 men. That is not double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is not saying that if you do another crime or you get charged with another crime that you can't ever be charged with racketeering. No, you can never be recharged with the same one that you was acquitted of. But if they hit you with another racketeering with other people, that's totally different. And now he has a convicted, so he will be a convicted felon. So whatever margins, whatever point system system that they go by. This time, the point system margin will be higher, and now they know how to beat these people, the defense, at their own game with this racketeering. They know the angle now.
During the trial, it wasn't Cassie. Everybody thought it was Cassie.
It's a new case with different victims, different evidence. Absolutely.
They all blame Cassie. Cassie did not want to go to the feds.
Facts.
Cassie took immunity deal because Cassie was charged beside Sean John Combs. It wasn't Cassie. You know who went to the feds and snitched on Sean John Combs? The man who went to the feds and gave it all up, gave out the whole house layout, the mansion layout, gave them everything, all of the tapes, and he even said that he doesn't understand why all those tapes, why all that information was not released in his first trial. He says that, look, he says all the stuff I gave the feds, they only use a little bit of that stuff I gave them in the first trial. Is what that man said. The person who gave that information to federal authorities was Rodney Lil Rod Jones. He admitted today in an interview that has went viral with DJ Academics. We did a video on it right before we came into here. He has admitted that he is the one who met with the federal agents for 3.5 full days and gave the entire information. He also admitted, and he claims, that the white boy was planted on Diddy. He was a plant. And that the white boy is a snitch.
Brandon.
What Little Rod said. Also, he drew the entire layout for the feds. He admitted today in an interview with DJ Academics of Diddy's mansion. He gave the feds every single freak-off video that he had. He gave the feds all the information on all the inner workings on Diddy. And he also revealed today in a DJ Academics interview that the feds are working on more charges currently.
I knew that.
Sean John Combs.
Absolutely. I knew that.
Now it all makes sense.
Absolutely.
Why the feds did not put all of those things we talked about pre-trial in this one case. Because if the feds, as I told y'all before,
didn't win,
would have put all of that stuff in this one case and Diddy beat that, there's no chance at them to use that in a different case. But since the feds didn't put all these other things that we're now hearing in that case, now, you understand what I'm saying? You're going to see what's going on. Now, excuse me, I kind of understand what you're saying, ma'am, but I'm going to get back to what you just said, though. I'm going to get back to that. But basically what's going on is everybody was asking, why didn't Lil Rod, why wasn't he brought in this case with his allegations? Well, maybe the feds didn't want to put him in this case. Once again, when Diddy beats a RICO, they can't come and bring that same type of RICO back. That's called double jeopardy. And you cannot use double jeopardy when a client is found innocent of that crime. What has to happen is they have to have the reminiscence of an entire new RICO. It can be the same people, but it has to be evidence under different terms. So, for example, and listen, to the person who says that Trump is not going to allow them to keep wasting money, the resources are unlimited. He has no choice. Donald Trump does not control FBI investigations.
He sure don't.
He has no option over that because the FBI can investigate Donald J. Trump. In fact, the FBI has investigated Donald J. Trump before. But let me say this to you. Also, this is the prime example. When all those people were celebrating and laughing This is the same thing that happened when John Gotti beat the feds the first time. Everybody thought it was over. The newspapers celebrated him. They cheered in the streets for John Gotti, and everybody was saying, beat the case like John Gotti. And so when John Gotti beat that case, everybody thought it was over with, except for the federal government. And the federal government came back, and John Gotti beat him again. And the federal government came back, and John Gotti beat him a third time. And everybody thought it was over with, until the federal government came the fourth time. The fourth time. And they got him the fourth time. Because they got his main man to flip on him. And they used secret surveillance. They just kept running it back with different cases until they got you. So the situation with Sean John Combs, here's the issue. Everybody's wondering, well, why did the judge deny Diddy's bail? If he's going to get a life sentence, why would the judge deny his bail just to give him probation, a life sentence, and let him go home? Because that's not what's going to happen, Lebowski.
No, he not. He sure not getting no life sentence and going home. He sure not.
See the writing on the wall.
He definitely is not getting no life sentence and going home.
These lawyers made a major mistake. And it showed in that bail hearing after Diddy was acquitted on those 3 charges. They admitted that Diddy was a very violent person. And that Diddy was an abuser. And they said that if we were charged with domestic abuse or that type of abuse,
he will be guilty.
We don't have a case. We would cop to that. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Here's the one thing that the feds accomplished. They have Diddy as a convicted felon. So his lawyer also used the argument, well, he's a first-time offender. He's never been in trouble. Well, if the feds come at Diddy again, he most certainly won't get bail because he's a convicted felon. And then, if they come at him with violence, he has zero argument to that because his lawyers have already in open court used a violent excuse to get him off of the sex trafficking and the RICO charges in the first case. And since they said it in open court, now it's not nothing that they can take back if they come in a different trial.
Absolutely.
Different circumstances.
Different people. Y'all double tap.
So
hit the likes up. Double tap, please. Get the likes up.
That interview that went viral with DJ Academics, that the feds are already working on bringing new charges against Diddy. And Act was like, yo, more charges? He was like, yep. Now it makes sense.
It makes
Why
sense.
the feds didn't call him to the stand.
All the other people.
Why the feds dropped more of the other witnesses that they had that they were going to have to testify in this case. It just seems like they didn't try to put all their eggs in one basket. So now they'll probably double back, come at it again.
Look, Mom. Wow.
Oh, wow. Now,
these weak.
and then this time it seemed like it's the
Now
guys.
they'll probably double back, come at it again. From a whole different perspective with all new witnesses, because Lil Rod said in an interview with DJ Academics today that the feds didn't use even a portion of the stuff that he gave them for that raid and for that first legal action.
I kept telling y'all it's a whole nother. I told y'all, I kept saying they did not use Miami. Where's Miami? Where is Star Island? Where all the stars and stuff are at? Why was that intentionally not brought up in the lawsuit? All they mentioned was California and New York. Do y'all remember that? I went to sleep, baby, and woke up to all of this. But I said it was odd that they did not. That means they're about to come back with something. They about to hit. They about to do it. And then all of a sudden, all these males. So this is the male version. This is the male version. These are people that he don't have relationships with. These are the men that he forced himself on, drugged them up, and went up in them. Now they can't stomach. They done been violated. They done been given drugs. You know what I mean. And now the man ain't got no teeth. Mentally off balance. Can't process the fact that somebody just done turned them out. His ass in trouble. He ain't gonna beat this one. He ain't gonna beat this one.
Was gonna ride with Diddy. The only reason why Cassie flipped on Diddy is because she didn't want to go to prison. Cassie wasn't the one who called the feds.
She sure didn't.
Cassie had originally was gonna write a book because she wanted to get paid.
No, he can't use that. What is it? Modern day love affair, Romeo Juliet shit. Nope. These are men. And that other guy used the word, he tried to manipulate him. Yeah, this ain't women. This men. This is not no double jeopardy. But what are the men gonna say? Talk about the egg on rat shit face. Going out to Tisa as if, oh baby, I can't wait. Oh my God.
All the time she lost with him, being with this nigga, not having no career, and leaving empty-handed and feeling like she got treated like shit. When Diddy didn't do it, she dropped the lawsuit. Cassie never wanted to go to court and tell y'all dudes was peeing in her mouth and doing all that stuff. She didn't want to do that. She had to do that. Because she was charged too with Diddy. She was a co-conspirator.
She was the co-conspirator.
The dude that set Diddy up and got this whole play and admitted to it today was Lil Rod. Lil Rod.
And he was there on the first day.
He was DJ Academics. And I'm going to say this to you again. In his 3-hour interview today with DJ Academics, admitted to everything. He talked about how he met with the feds. He said the original meeting with the feds was supposed to be 4 hours. He said when the feds saw all the information he had, they met for 3.5 straight days. He said then the feds wanted the entire layout of Diddy's home. He said he's the one that gave him where Diddy held all the drugs at. He's the one who told him where Diddy had those guns at. And he said he told him a lot more that they did not even reveal in this trial right now. Why wouldn't they do that? Why would the feds hold a lot of stuff, witnesses, and victims back in this trial? Unless they didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket. Now they have Diddy as a convicted felon. If they come back and hit that nigga again, they already know he done so. This is the same thing that happened in multiple cases. Don't call me a hater. Just do your individual research.
Facts.
Look at John Gotti's case.
Do your own research.
They got him. Look at Robert Kelly. Matter what y'all say or do, gotta get this money. Watch out when they come for you. Take all of y'all honeys. They hit R. Kelly in different states.
He was there observing.
Go look at R. Kelly's case. R. Kelly got hit with charges in multiple jurisdictions. Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein got charged in California and convicted, and he got charged in New York and convicted.
And the same thing that happened, it's ironic, because while he was on trial, Weinstein was being on a retrial. And the same thing that happened with him happened with Weinstein, with a juror and having jury issues and letters to the judge, they pulled the same stunt. They pulled the same stunt. So the same higher up machine that was behind Weinstein pulled the same stunt here with Diddy. Yeah, while he was on trial. Absolutely. But they didn't do an acquittal. I think he got a hung jury. He got not guilty on some small and minor, like Diddy. A hung. I don't remember what the other one. They did the very exact thing. Yeah. But what they was not expecting was for the male version to come. Here come the male version. Yeah. So what are they going to say this time? What are they going to say this time? They can't say he made it up because he was the originator, they say. Now what? Now who lying? Nah, I don't think he gonna get out, y'all.
Appealed in New York. Won the appeal, went back to court and got found guilty again on the top charge. Then it was a mistrial on the other charge. They got to go back to court again on the other charge. The feds don't stop until they get you. Look at all the examples. Everybody think because Diddy walked up to court, it's over with. It ain't over with until the federal government say it's over with.
And if they retried Weinstein, why in the hell they don't think he'll retry Diddy?
I don't understand why these people on here taking these victory laps. The only thing y'all gonna do is piss them people off even more. I wouldn't have said nothing. Diddy got free. I'd be like, hey man, look, Diddy got free. He beat the charge. Hey, look, thank God for it. Move on. Lil Rogers did a 3-hour interview with DJ Academics that's going viral, where he made even more claims that he said is all coming out in his case. In fact, let me put this on the screen for y'all.
In his case. So that means it's another case coming
y'all niggas think I'm capping.
with Diddy. Oh, I knew it. Oh, I knew it. I knew that.
He did this 3-hour interview today. It's all over the blogs right now. It's all over the blogs right now. The interview he did.
So that's why when people, like with Bonds, they asked, it was Bonds, did you get subpoena? He don't like talking about that. He'll say, oh, my attorney, this, that. Yeah, but the feds don't contact your attorneys, right? Yeah. Somebody else, Q. You hear him saying, I can't go into it. I can't go into it right now. Yeah. The men are not going into it because they know a lawsuit is coming. And I am sorry to tell you that just like Cassie and other people are co-conspirators, so is Dawn, because she gave Q that horse pill from Diddy. So that is distribution. We found that out in this case. You thought you had really beat the feds. They really want you only because you've done a lot. You should have stuck with the women and the men who wanted to give you they cootie and they booty. But no, you had to drug them up and take them. Ain't no telling what, cause you ain't got no real pallywhacker. So what did you use? You used them strap-ons. You used them, all that equipment that you had in that closet where somebody was thinking it was probably for the female. No, that shit was for you. Them big old rubber ass, you know. What's for your ass? And that's probably what you used when you was sodomizing them men. Because you don't have no pallywhacker. And it wasn't just a female who said it. Clayton said it. You come up very short. You ain't big boss. You little boy. It never fully developed. You come up short. All you got long is money. And when the feds finish with you, it's going to be the size of your beep. Okay, let's go. Baby, the late night tea. Baby, is this not late night tea? Early in the morning. What time is it? This that early? Late in the midnight? All tea. I need y'all to get my likes up. I ain't playing with y'all. Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. Or hit the thumbs up. You got me holding the phone because I'm out of juice. I need the likes up. I am not playing. Yeah. Bye. Every last one of y'all that's leaving there don't want to hit the like button. Bye. I don't want you here. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Double tap your screen on your phone or hit the thumbs up like button.
I think I saw it right over here on, here it go right here. Here it go right here. Hold on.
First, we offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in your sitter's home and not only be treated like part of the family.
Hold on. Let me see. Now, Diddy, of course, he's denied all of his claims.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Also,
you're supposed to be asleep.
He said
it's early. It's good and sweet.
He said that again, he said that they're investigating Diddy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play that part for y'all.
Come on, let's go.
He said they got not investigate. He said they're bringing more charges against Diddy. I'm gonna play that part for you guys where he said that. I thought Ag did a great interview because Ag pressed him. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I thought Ag did a good job by pressing because sometimes you get the answers by pressing people. Like sometimes it's good to let them talk and just let them keep going, but then sometimes when you want to get certain answers, you put that pressure. I thought Ag did a great job on that interview. Now let me put this in here to y'all. This is what Lil Rod said today in the interview with DJ Academics.
Two-Star Island, that would kind of fit under. Man, hey, do you believe the feds lost the most important charges or the charge that carried the most weight because they didn't bring you in? I've read your lawsuit and you actually say, you know, Sean Combs and KK had me send Ubers to transport sex workers.
Now, let me stop that right there. Do y'all hear what Ack is asking him?
KK,
Ack is saying,
well,
you made these allegations in your lawsuit. Why didn't the feds bring you in to help this case? Great question. You know why? Think about this, y'all. Because Little Rod in himself is a whole different RICO.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they didn't bring Little Rod and they only used Little Rod's information to get the search warrant on Diddy and to create the case. They didn't use him in this case. They didn't call him as a witness. They didn't use any of his information. Why? Because they can turn around in a whole different RICO. Because Little Rod.
Mark, please don't do that. Please don't do that. That is so not true. They was in there out there talking, and some girl threw that out there, and rat shit grabbed that and ran with it and started spreading that lie. Now, I don't know how long you've been around rat shit, but if you watched my live earlier, I broke it down. That is a lie. Just about everybody have gotten in good with somebody who give them a tea. But that does not mean you working with the feds. No. That's called hating. They was hating on her. Yeah. Hell, if that's the case, you could say the guy from TMZ that kept coming up behind her, giving her plugs, and she was saying that, you know, she has her own little section over there with certain people. Rat shit was jealous of that. The man sat out there and said, look, she right here in front of it. That was hate. And if you've been around him long enough, you know what his hate looks like. And will he lie? Hell yeah. He'll make up a lie on you. If you go back far enough, you'll hear him saying the same shit about this different people in the Mo3 sector. He just repeating the same shit over. So please don't come over here lying on Tisa for rat shit. Please don't do that. Please. I've been interacting with him for years, and the shit he pulled ain't new.
And they can come now in a whole different case, and it won't be double jeopardy. And they can use Little Rod and use him as the star witness, star victim, because he says that he was used too like this. They can use him and bring forth a whole slew of new charges. Listen to what Act answered today. This is very important. That's why I told people, y'all need to listen, man. That's why I ain't saying, where everybody was doing all this laughing and cheering and stuff like that.
That's okay.
Bro,
it's just that ratchet is something else.
To come to Two-Star Island, that would kind of fit under sex trafficking. Like, you could have been a valuable witness.
Now, everybody's talking about sex trafficking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What y'all think?
Let me go back. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry. I don't. Let me. What? Hold on. Let's hear the question.
Right now,
I'm sorry. Let's go.
the interview he did with DJ Academics. It's all over the blog. Matter of fact, I think I saw it right over here on, here it go right here. Here it go right here.
Thank you, Mark.
Hold on. Let me see. Now, Diddy, of course, he denied all of his claims.
Of course you do. You denied the hotel Intercontinental until we saw it with our own eyes.
He said in that interview with Act, he said that again, he said that they're investigating Diddy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play that part for y'all.
Come on, I'm sorry.
He said they got. I mean, not investigating. He said they're bringing more charges against Diddy.
I don't know how to make this thing stop bleeping if I don't hold it. Hold on.
Because Act pressed him. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I thought Act did a good job by pressing, because sometimes you get the answers by pressing people. Like, sometimes it's good to let them talk and just let them keep going, but then sometimes when you want to get certain answers, you put that pressure. I thought Act did a great job on that interview. Now, let me put this in here to y'all. This is what Lil Rod said today in the interview with DJ Academics.
Two-Star Island, that would kind of fit under, man. And do you believe that the feds lost the most important charges, or the charge that carried the most weight, because they didn't bring you in? I would read your lawsuit, and you actually say, you know, Sean Combs and KK had me send Ubers to transport sex workers.
Now, let me stop that right there. Do y'all hear what Ack is asking him? Ack is saying, bro, you made these allegations in your lawsuit. Why didn't the feds bring you in to help this case? Great question. You know why? Think about this, y'all. Because Little Rod and himself is a whole different RICO. The fact that they didn't bring Little Rod and this, they only used Little Rod's information to get the search warrant on Diddy and to create the case. They didn't use him in this case. They didn't call him as a witness. They didn't use any of his information. Why? Because they can turn around in a whole different RICO. Because Little Rod was entrenched and he came with a lot of evidence. And they can come now in a whole different case and it won't be double jeopardy. And they can use Little Rod and use him as the star witness, star victim, because he says that he was used too like this. They can use him and bring forth a whole slew of new charges. Listen to what Act asked him today. This is very important. That's why I told people, y'all need to listen, man. That's why I ain't saying, where everybody was doing all this laughing and cheering and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, these niggas be laugh now and cry later.
Is thick, smelly muck building up in your pond? It forms from decaying leaves, fish waste,
and cheering and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, these niggas be laugh now and cry later.
To come to Two-Star Island, that would kind of fit under sex trafficking. Like, you could have been a valuable witness.
Now, everybody's talking about sex trafficking. Now, what y'all think gonna happen if they put a new jury out there, sequester them, and have them come do a whole new case? All new victims. What y'all think gonna happen then?
He gonna be found guilty.
What y'all think Diddy's guidelines gonna be then as a convicted felon, since he got these other charges on him? They already got 2 charges.
Life.
Here it go right here.
Life.
Hey, do you believe the feds lost the most important charges, or the charges that carry the most weight, because they didn't bring you in? I read your lawsuit and you actually say, you know, Sean Combs and KK had me send Ubers to transport sex workers to come to Two-Star Island. That would kind of fit under sex trafficking. Like, you could have been a valuable witness. Why not bring you up there? Because KK's not going to be there. Why not bring you there to say, hey, I would send the Ubers, they would pay me back. I would send the Ubers to get the sex workers or the people who, quote unquote, being sex trafficked.
I really don't know, and I really wouldn't count them out yet. They did say that they were going to bring some other charges, etc.
More charges?
Yeah. So
Act was like, more charges? He said, yeah. He said, I wouldn't count them out. This is what Lil Rod said, who met with the feds and who gave them all the information for the case. Everybody blamed Cassie. It wasn't Cassie. I told niggas this. It wasn't Cassie. It was Lil Rod. It was Little Rod who gave the feds the whole case that y'all just seen.
I see. I was saying Jonathan
Gotti. He was like, nobody was able to ever get anything to stick on Diddy, ever. He said, I'm the only one that got something to stick on that dude. And now he's a he's got 2 felony charges on him. Now, you think why they denied that man bail? You don't think they finna run this shit back? On a whole different situation. I told you, don't get too comfortable with these feds, man. I don't play them fed games. Because I'm telling you something. You should know how they get down. They don't like to lose. They the type of people, if you beat them, they want to keep you on the court all day. Y'all, anybody ever play basketball? You been on there with some bum, you just keep beating them. They keep talking trash and keep, like, bro, why you keep wanting me to come back and just beat you again? They keep you on the court until they get one win off you, then they feel good. That's how the fans do. Fans can't beat you. They're going to keep running it back till they get you.
Well, they got too much stuff to give up.
So when y'all seen they didn't bring all that stuff before, now it makes sense. Lil Rod just told it.
Either. Why not bring you there to say, hey, I would send the Ubers, they would pay me back. I would send the Ubers to get the sex workers or the people who, quote unquote, being sex trafficked.
I really don't know, and I really wouldn't count them out yet. They did say that they were going to bring some other charges, etc.
More charges?
Yeah. So,
man, I ain't saying. Lil Rod said it, and Lil Rod was the one who met with the feds for 3.5 days and gave them everything. He gave them the entire layout and all that stuff of all Diddy's mansions. He told them where everything was. He told them how the whole operation went down. Now imagine if they hit this nigga with another indictment and got Lil Rod as the key guy up there.
Now it was Adi who also had said that they melted it down and put that drugs in their baby oil to numb the people. It was Adi who said that, and that's how they also was trafficking on those private jets.
Now Diddy's in a whole different situation because now they got him for the 2 felonies on the transportation. He's a convicted felon and he has a registered sex offender. If they hit him with any more sex charges or any more felons, shit, man, you might as well go night-night. And you kind of can't do nothing to Lil Rod right now because if something happened to Lil Rod, what you think gonna happen? And to the person who said let it go, nah, I don't think I'm gonna let it go. Because these people are not gonna let it. I'm gonna keep reporting on it until we know that it's not gonna be no more cases. Anytime we get an update, I'm gonna talk about it. I do what the hell I want to do. You can make as many troll accounts as you want. That shit don't bother me. Get mad at Lil Rod. Lil Rod said it, not me. He the one that went up there and admitted on Act today. And he was the one, and I told y'all this during the trial. It was Lil Rod. Everybody sitting up here talking about Cassie. Wasn't Cassie. It was Lil Rod who gave the feds everything and told the feds, this is what y'all need to do. He sat up there and told DJ Academics everything today. He said, I'm the one that gave him everything. I told him where this is. I told him where the drugs at. I told him where the guns at. I told him how he operate, everything. Lil Rod sat up there today and said he thinks that the jury was tampered with on the last day. He says that he thinks that Brianna, they got to her. That all that stuff he said to DJ Academics. Y'all don't think the feds watching that shit? Think about what I just said. So he admitted that he was the snitch, not Cassie. So everybody that was dogging out Cassie, she had to take a plea. Because if she didn't, they was gonna prosecute her too. And she was probably scared shitless. And here's the reason why. All the stuff she put in her own lawsuit, Cassie probably didn't even know she had exposed herself from all the things she put in her lawsuit. And I'm going to tell you how I know that Cassie didn't know that. Because Cassie didn't put in her lawsuit that dudes was pissing in her mouth. That was a secret Cassie was going to take to her grave. That was a secret she was taking to her grave forever. Her telling that stuff in court was not because she...
Ask the feds why Hugh... Listen, we're not talking about Hugh Hefner. We're not talking about Hugh Hefner. None of those people came out and complained or filed suit against Hugh Hefner. So... ask Diddy, why did he get sloppy with the shit he was doing? Because obviously Hugh Hefner didn't. How about that? Hugh Hefner wasn't sloppy. He wasn't super arrogant. And obviously he didn't think he was God. How about that? Yeah, we're not just going to accept this bullshit because he black. Are you crazy? And he's doing this to our black men. He turning our black men. We supposed to bow down to Puffy, booty buster, cause he like taking men's male's manhood. Shut up. Get your boy. If you don't shut up, he done tagged your ass before I see. I see you are an ass eater. Get your ass eating ass on over. On up out of here. Go suck on somebody else's ass. Get your ass up out of here. That's what you do. We supposed to be okay with him doing what he does to black people, black men. But you want us to, y'all always doing this to black men. Black men need to change their ways. You don't get no pass for doing, because you black and you are betraying your own race of people. Are you crazy? We don't expect this type shit from a black man to do to black people. Are you crazy? So we supposed to accept it and turn a blind eye for his sick fetish. Turning out black men. Running up in their rear ends without their permission. And we supposed to be okay with that. Get your ass up out of here. You worrying about the wrong things. He needs to be in prison where he can have his pick of the fucking litter. And he can do whatever he was doing on the streets in jail where they will welcome that shit. He gonna be in hog butt heaven. Yeah. He gonna be able to take that, get that all day, all night. He is where he need to be, where he can be the freak with men like he want to be. And then we'll see him with that bandana around his neck and his sagging his pants. You can see his cracking, all that shit, that he gonna be at home. Hell you mean? You be okay for him to do that to your son, your daughter. That's what I'm talking about. Because he a black man. Y'all get off that shit.
That wasn't it. You think Cassie wanted the people to know she had all those type of infections and was doing all these fallacious things beyond what she stated in her law? Go look what Cassie stated in her lawsuit. And what she testified.
I don't care nothing about that. We didn't ask you. See what I'm talking about? We didn't ask you about what y'all on with the black woman shit. Half y'all sorry, trifling ass niggas. We don't want y'all no way. So go on over there. You ain't gonna never hear me say nothing about y'all going and go over there, because I don't think all black men are good choices for the black women. So I could care less.
She didn't want court, and she said in her lawsuit. She didn't want to say all that stuff. Tanya says, where's all the tapes? Lil Rod said the feds got all the tapes. Lil Rod said he gave the feds all the tapes. And he said, when asked him about the evidence in the baby, he said, oh man, if you only knew, they only use a little bit of that. The evidence. He said they only use a little bit of the evidence in that trial. He said, man, they're bringing more charges against this dude. I said, damn, they bringing more charges? Then I instantly thought, I'm like, damn, now this shit's starting to make sense. It's like they threw the little first thing out there to see if it was gonna stick, knowing that they had him on the transportation of prostitution. But check this out, y'all. If the feds can get another one of these type of cases, because now you got more prostitutes coming out saying, I ain't gonna say prostitutes, but you got more people that's coming out saying they was paid like prostitutes.
They are hookers.
They have any type of evidence.
They hookers. I mean, we don't want to say it, but that's what they are. They are male hookers. They went in there.
That changes everything.
As a stripper and came out a hooker.
So anyways, Clayton Howard, he's another guy who is now brought in a lawsuit. Not this guy on your screen. Clayton Howard is a whole different guy. he's brought these allegations against Cassie and Diddy. Now, he says defendant Sean John Combs is a prominent rapper and a record executive known by his stage names Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, and Diddy, who rose to fame in the early 90s with his label, The Bad Boy Records. And Cassie, professionally known as Cassandra Ventura, professionally known as Cassie, is a singer, actress, and a model who gained prominence in the early 2000s with her single Me and You, and appeared in films including The Perfect Match and Set It Up to The Streets. It says the defendants maintained a highly publicized romantic relationship from 2007 to 2018, during which both were toxic individuals addicted to
what they call them, 304s,
illegal substances, who had no regard for others or for the law. See, y'all starting to see it now. Everybody thought it was Cassie who snitched and gave the case away on Diddy. It wasn't Cassie.
I tried to tell him that.
Ron. Because now y'all are seeing Cassie getting sued right beside Diddy. These names are coming up because Cassie was a part of the organization. The thing with Cassie is that she was getting the hell beat out of her. She was getting dragged down hallways and all kind of shit done to her.
Pimps up, hoes down.
He says, and he goes on to say,
well, I'm calling the men 304s. Male whores.
He says, let's see. He says defendant Cassie Ventura was not merely a victim forced into sexual encounters with male escorts.
It just got real, didn't it?
Who willingly
Alexander
and exploited others, including me, to satisfy the sexually depraved desires of Sean Diddy Combs and herself. For more than 8 years, those defendants operated a scheme whereby they systematically exploited the plaintiff.
Go human nature.
Coercion, controlled substances, and threats of violence to engage in non-consensual sexual activities for their gratification and commercial purposes. This is the reason why Cassie had to cooperate with the feds. Because with all of these lawsuits coming with Diddy and allegations against Diddy, Cassie was bound to get hit too and be put a part of the conspiracy, and she could have faced all kind of crime, all kind of prison time too. So everybody think that Cassie just ran out there, went to the feds and tried to get it. That's not what happened. It was Lil Rod who did that shit. Lil Rod was the one. And now the whole world knows. Why? Because Lil Rod told y'all to. He confirmed it today.
He put a name on it.
He says that the defendant, Cassie Ventura, accomplished this exploitation by concealing her identity and fabricating the narrative that she and Diddy were married, using this deception to entice men into drug use and sexual encounters. Defendants Cassie and Diddy drugged the plaintiff with controlled substances, including MDMA, and doses 3 times stronger than what Cassie herself consumed, to lower his inhibitions and facilitate sexual exploitation. Defendant Cassie used these substances strategically, like a spider catching its prey in this web, to manipulate the plaintiff into unwanted sexual contact designed to please Sean Diddy Combs and prove her devotion to his appetites. Defendant Cassie Ventura would command the plaintiff to masturbate for hours while she pleasured herself to climax, visibly satisfying herself at the sight of the plaintiff's anatomy. These
hours.
Masturbation sessions often left the plaintiff's penis bruised and swollen, injuries about which he would complain to defendant Cassie.
Go to the corner, Chris.
However,
Chris, go sit in the corner. Go sit in the corner. I don't know who you talking about.
Defendant Cassie showed zero mercy, sympathy, and demanding compliance while pleasuring herself in a manner she hoped would satisfy.
Dracula, who you talking to? Who you talking to? You talking to your mama? Who you talking to? Your mama up here? Why? Bye. Bye. Let's go.
Defendant Sean John Combs, who derived satisfaction from watching her gratification through his voyeuristic desires. So this man said that he had a swollen beefcake. He said that his cock was swollen from these sessions and bruised from these sessions. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know how he's going to say that when they was using baby oil all the time. You know what I'm saying? You use a baby oil, that thing's supposed to be real slick, right? So I don't understand that part. But y'all see what's going on. You see what's going on, right? So this is what he's saying, right? He's saying that his beefcake, you know, took a lot of injury.
Well, he gone.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't never heard a dude say he had a beefcake injury, but
he gone.
Dude said he had a beefcake injury. Anyways,
it's too early in the morning.
He says that during
all these dudes out here ready for Diddy to come out so he can play in their butts. Child, please.
As if he were a film director orchestrating his vision. Once the defendant Cassie Ventura was ready to begin, the defendant Sean Diddy Combs regulated her responses and controlled the rate of sexual activity, exercising complete dominance over both the plaintiff and defendant Cassie Ventura, in which the couple considered a special shared experience. Now, while defendant Combs appeared to serve as a protector rather than an oppressor, supporting Cassie's desires and catering to her with wine and fruit during the encounters, his presence was deliberately intimidating as a part of his role in protecting his partner from the men they exploited. Threats of violence were implied when Diddy wished to assert control, and during at least one encounter, he threatened to pistol whip me.
Oh, wow.
Taking Cassie to the master suite to retrieve his firearm.
What?
This is big stuff, y'all. He's saying that Diddy was going at the firearms. Remember the feds brought all the firearms up? Now, this is force. This is force right here, y'all.
He was going...
This is... Now, see. So he says that the defendant, Cassie Ventura, accomplished this exploitation by concealing her identity and fabricating the narrative that she and Diddy were married, using this deception to entice men into drug use and sexual encounters. Defendants Cassie and Diddy drugged the plaintiff with controlled substances, including MDMA, and doses 3 times stronger than what Cassie herself consumed, to lower his inhibitions and facilitate sexual exploitation. Defendant Cassie used these substances strategically, like a spider catching its prey in this web, to manipulate the plaintiff into unwanted sexual contact designed to please Sean Diddy Combs and prove her devotion to his appetites. Defendant Cassie Ventura would command the plaintiff to masturbate for hours while she pleasured herself to climax, visibly satisfying herself.
Why did it take hours?
Of the plaintiff's anatomy. These extended masturbation sessions often left the plaintiff's penis bruised and swollen.
Why did it take hours?
About which he would complain to defendant Cassie, seeking consideration. However, defendant Cassie showed zero mercy, sympathy, and demanding compliance while pleasuring herself in a manner she hoped would satisfy the defendant Sean John Combs, who derived satisfaction from watching her gratification through his voyeuristic desires. So this man said that he had a swollen beefcake. He said that his cock was swollen from these sessions and bruised from these sessions. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know how he's going to say that when they was using baby oil all the time. You know what I'm saying? You use a baby oil, that thing's supposed to be real slick, right? So I don't understand that part. But y'all see what's going on. You see what's going on, right? So this is what he's saying, right? He's saying that this beefcake, you know, took a lot of injuries. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never heard a dude say he had a beefcake injury, but this dude said he had a beefcake injury. Anyways, he says that during these encounters, Diddy watched silently in the shadows, directing the activities as if he were a film director, orchestrating his vision. Once the defendant Cassie Ventura was ready to begin, the defendant Sean Diddy Combs regulated her responses and controlled the rate of sexual activity, exercising complete dominance over both the plaintiff and defendant Cassie Ventura, in which the couple considered a special shared experience. Now, while defendant Combs appeared to serve as a protector rather than an oppressor, supporting Cassie's desires and catering to her with wine and fruit during the encounters, his presence was deliberately intimidating as a part of his role in protecting his partner from the men they exploited. Threats of violence were implied when Diddy wished to assert control, and during at least one encounter, he threatened to pistol whip me, directing Cassie to the master suite to retrieve his firearm. This is big stuff, y'all. He's saying that Diddy was going at the firearms. Remember the feds brought all the firearms up? Now, this is force. This is force right here, y'all.
Yeah, it's force.
Now, see, if he can prove
I've been seeing force.
And they already talking about firearms, he's a violent man, this, that, and the third. Bro, this is crazy.
He
work.
ain't
So he's
going nowhere.
At no time did Cassie
bad boy for life
display fear when engaged in or about to engage in sexual encounters. All the abuse witnessed by the plaintiff occurred due to domestic complications between the defendants, including jealousy, ego, and arrogance, aided by an extensive drug use and sleep deprivation, which contributed to the violent outburst from Diddy, who consumed far more drugs than Cassie. Sexual assault and non-consensual recordings. He says, over the years, the plaintiff was sexually assaulted by Cassie, who would manipulate and force herself on him during her menstrual cycle against his will. And the defendants filmed the plaintiff in compromising encounters without his consent for years, creating recordings that the couple would watch together after the encounters ended and for use of mutual masturbation. When the plaintiff confronted defendant Cassie Ventura about the recording and vocalized his desire not to be recorded, she explained that she enjoyed their sexual relationship and provided her reasons for the recordings. Defendant Ventura then opened her MacBook to a previous recording and masturbated the climax in front of the plaintiff while watching an encounter involving two of them, demonstrating the extent of her manipulation and control. For more than 5 years, defendants trafficked the plaintiff for uses of purpose of commercial sex, using him. Now, see, Diddy can get in trouble for this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, this is...
They're using the right words, ain't they?
This ain't Kathy. This ain't no woman. This is a man saying that Diddy sex trafficked him by force because he said they used that pistol. And I'm going to tell y'all something. These lawsuits coming out now,
because I wonder why they didn't bring up the guns.
Right here. Kathy can't get charged. Kathy already took immunity.
But Cassie took immunity on hers, though.
Hold up, partner. We're learning about APR.
She didn't take immunity on this one.
How much it costs?
Get charged. Kathy already took immunity.
She took immunity on.
But if Kathy,
this is a different case.
Be able to use her as a witness, goes back on the stand as a witness, not a victim, because this is a different case.
Okay.
It says that Diddy did tell her to go get that gun and force this dude to do what he wanted to. Now you have sex trafficking.
Now, yeah, that's an enterprise. They working together. Hell, they Bonnie and Clyde.
Like the feds did in the other cases, that there was flights, payment arrangements, and things like that through messages and stuff like that. If he can prove that, the feds got a whole different case. That's why the feds didn't bring all that stuff in this one case. So the feds already got Diddy locked down as a sex offender, and as a they got him locked down as a sex offender, and they got him locked down as a felon. Right? So,
and he may have to register as an offender.
Messages, which they showed in court, which helped prove the other stuff before. But if he can get Cassie as a witness, because Cassie already has immunity, she can't get hit with no charges. Everybody thought Cassie brought this against Diddy. And I told everybody, bro, it wasn't Cassie. I told everybody it was not Cassie, because at first I thought it was Cassie. But it wasn't Cassie. I came here, remember I came here and told y'all? It was Lil Rod.
How can you say that, moms? Oh, I can't stand when dumb people come over here. Please don't come over here with that. Cassie's, the other one was over 10 years, so shut up.
I had heard that this was Lil
Shut
Rod
up.
who did this. And Lil
Shut
Rod
up.
came out today and confirmed that it wasn't Cassie.
Shut up. MNT mom, dumb mom.
Case against Diddy. He was the one that gave up all the information and gave the Fed, because he was the one that was the closest to Diddy in the recent time. The feds couldn't go because Cassie didn't have no link to Diddy recently. Lil Rod did. So they could use that to get up on Diddy. It's a statute of limitations there, right? So Lil Rod's statute of limitation was real fresh, right? So everybody that was getting mad and saying that Cassie did this and did, that wasn't Cassie. The only thing Cassie did was try to get
Who
that
is
cheese.
D? Why am I not able to see D?
It was Lil Rod. And to the person who says that Lil Rod can get obstruction for speaking on if there's a new investigation, no, Lil Rod said that he heard they were potentially bringing new charges against Diddy. That's not illegal for him to say that. Now, he could take the feds off if they told him don't say nothing. He said something, but I doubt they told him that. So let's keep going. This situation is crazy work, man. So this guy says, right, for more than 5 years, that they trafficked him for the purposes of commercial sex,
see you now.
using him as entertainment to satisfy their sexual fetishes and personal ambitions. The couple drugged, manipulated, and traumatized him while themselves engaging in a toxic, domestically abusive relationship that often became violent.
Probably human nature. You know what, you're right, because he had been quiet. He had been quiet the whole time until now. And knowing, okay, so it's two people, you know, when they put their word out there, Vlad and academics. I mean, those are, you talk about somebody working with the feds to some degree. So for him to put that out there with one of them, knowing how it was going to grow on those in the streets, YouTube streets, you probably right. They probably gave him the green light to put that word out. That they was it was all a part of their plan, just in case. Because again, I'm gonna say it made no sense that Miami was not brought up. So now they can reference the stars, all the white parties, Star Island, 2 Star Island. You know, since now we know it's 2 of them. It's the property next door as well. Yeah, so this one's gonna be different names, different state.
Because they've already,
and people gonna say, why they didn't put it all in and do it all at the same time? Now they just pick because they wanted to do it this way. They absolutely wanted to do it this way. Get ready. The real show is going to be, oh, for the records, Lord, go on and get your Alva Red and Baca, what popcorn, Axe 1, 2, and 3 butter.
It almost feels like, y'all, and I'm gonna say this, and I don't know if this is sure or not, but I'm gonna tell everybody that's listening. It almost feels like that now this part is set up based off of what Diddy's lawyer said. It's almost like the feds wanted Diddy's lawyer to use that violent excuse in court, to where if they would have run this back, that they use his own words against him. If they say, hey man, this was violence by force, because Diddy's lawyers have already said in court he's a violent guy. Think about this. Now let me keep going. I'm not finished yet.
Yeah, they almost feel like they set his ass up for real.
Cassie had a specific preference in selecting her companions and chose the plaintiff for 8 years over many available options. As subsequent criminal trial proceedings have revealed, the allegations demonstrate that Cassie deceived, manipulated, and injured the plaintiff, and therefore should be held accountable alongside Diddy, as the two were partners in these criminal enterprises. Well, she's not going to be held accountable because she already got immunity, sir. It says that the plaintiff's ability to seek timely legal recourse was deliberately frustrated through a coordinated effort involving...
Ooh, now wouldn't it be cold-blooded, y'all, if this go around, KK was a cooperating witness, D-Rock was a cooperating witness, that the feds didn't call them because everybody was sitting back who had been subpoenaed, was sitting back waiting on the call for when the feds, I mean, even Roger Barnes was waiting on the call for the feds. They never got those calls. But what if they were saving those calls for this go round? What? And what's the other guy? His former lover that's suing him as well. I can't think of his name. That helped him start the business, and he did some shiesty shit with him too. Oh, what if the feds held those calls for this guy? Yeah, Kirk Bart. Yep, that one.
Counsel who communicated with federal prosecutors without the plaintiff's presence.
Yep, Kirk
was advised to remain silent and was manipulated into inaction.
Howdy.
With his attorney intentionally delaying action to protect Cassie's credibility. The plaintiff was specifically advised that he should file a complaint. If he should file a complaint, he would lose credibility before the court and therefore should refrain from doing so if he wished to do what was right and tell the truth. His counsel deceived, ignored, and misled him regarding the creation of the initial complaint against the defendants and when it would be filed. Despite serving as a complaint witness for the government and providing information that was lately corroborated by investigators, thereby validating his credibility and truthfulness of his statement, the federal prosecutors ultimately withheld the plaintiff's testimony despite its corroborative value and his valid allegations against both defendants. For many years, the plaintiff has lived with this trauma in silence, forced to endure the psychological and physical consequences with no visible avenue for justice. While defendants Ventura's allegations have destroyed Diddy's career, she has escaped liability by using allegations of abuse to avoid criminal responsibility for her own actions, thereby denying victims like the plaintiff the justice to which they are entitled. With the opening of legislation that granted survivors a look-back window to seek justice against offenders, the plaintiff learned
he know now.
Given a second chance.
Plus, sons got hit too.
He deserved. The plaintiff has also sought justice for over a year, only to be denied through manipulation of legal professionals who wish to affect the criminal trial of Sean Combs. Mr. Howard was used and manipulated. Now tired of the misconduct and incompetence, he has sought action himself and refused to remain silent any longer in the face of the systematic exploitation, abuse, and attorney misconduct. Right? Now, it goes on. Right? Factual allegations. Right? So it says that he met Kathy, right, in 2009. Now, Kathy identified herself as Jackie Starr. She invited him to the London hotel located in New York City to serve as a male companion and provide her with time and company in the privacy of her hotel room for an agreed upon hourly rate. Kathy attempted to conceal her identity through the use of makeup, a large red wig, and dim lighting in the room, which created poor visual conditions. Kathy failed to inform Mr. Howard prior to meeting that another party would be present. Immediately after greeting Mr. Howard, Kathy offered him alcohol and a marijuana cigarette, then instructed him to be seated in the living room. The two parties spoke for approximately 30 minutes while becoming familiar and relaxed. After approximately 30 minutes, Kathy asked to see the personal identification of Mr. Howard for safety purposes so she would know who he really was. Yeah, Kathy got full immunity. See, by Kathy cooperating with the fans ain't coming after Kathy. The only thing the fans are gonna do is use Kathy as a witness in every case.
She gave up a lot.
Testify.
She told on herself.
Prosecute. But she working with the feds now.
And she gonna have to collaborate this.
So it's just having nothing to hide and wanting to make a woman he assumed alone comfortable. He provided Kathy with his NYS driver's license, revealing his true identity. Kathy informed Mr. Howard of her intentions by standing and requesting that he expose his beefcake. Under the influence of substances provided, Mr. Howard agreed to Kathy's request, and she claimed to be impressed with his beefcake. Kathy then informed Mr. Howard that they were not alone and her husband was upstairs, but assured him that the situation was acceptable because her husband had consented to her having male companion visit to see where things might lead. Kathy explained that she and her husband were participants in the quote-unquote lifestyle and that her husband preferred to watch her be pleasured by other men with large cocks. Kathy stated that she preferred men with darker complexions, complimenting Mr. Howard's complexion before excusing herself to retrieve her husband so that the activities could begin. Cassie retrieved Diddy, who she was introduced as her husband, and presented her Mr. Howard under the alias as Frank Diddy. So Diddy greeted Mr. Howard with indifference, then retrieved baby oil and Astroglide lubricant, both of which had been positioned on a platter on the center table. Mr. Combs then retreated to a darkened corner of the room where poor lighting made it difficult to observe his movements clearly. Mr. Howard was instructed not to ask Diddy directly and to speak only to Cassie. Diddy concealed his identity by wearing a baseball cap pulled over, low over his eyes, and a cloth tied around his nose and mouth, which obstructed his facial features and made him unrecognizable. When Diddy did speak, it was to inquire whether Cassie was acceptable or if she needed anything. Diddy also provided direction to both Mr. Howard and to Cassie, regulating the pace of their physical contact, as will be further explained in subsequent paragraphs. First encounter served as the plaintiff's initial education into what would be required of him by the defendants, with all subsequent encounters following an identical structure that forms the basis for the description of all encounters described hereafter within this complaint. During each encounter, Mr. Howard had no autonomy. He was required to follow orders and was expected not to disobey. This is by force, y'all. Financial compensation was used as a form of dominance once Mr. Howard was committed to any activity within the encounter. Mr. Howard was instructed by Cassie to remove all his clothing upon entry into the suite and surrender his clothing and phones to Cassie Ventura. Mr. Howard's cell phone was turned off and surrendered with his clothing to Cassie, which prevented him from leaving by choice without compromising his safety. Now y'all all see why Cassie took the plea deal and testified for the feds, because Cassie has been given immunity. So now nothing that they use against her is going to stick, because she will testify on the behalf of the feds whenever they need her.
Right. So Jane Doe,
because he was out here beating the hell out that girl, dragging her around and treating her like a damn rag doll.
he should have took a plea.
And that nigga's trash for that shit. But I told y'all, Cassie was a co-conspirator. Cassie never wanted to snitch on Diddy like this to the feds. It was Lil Rod who went and did this. And that forced Cassie's hand to where Cassie had to take a plea or get charged with Diddy. Now let's keep going. Because she had already put self-incriminating allegations in her own lawsuit. So let's keep going. It says that Mr. Howard, right? Oh no, it says some suites require key access. It required keys to access the floors and had no access to stairwells without triggering alarms, making escapes difficult. Mr. Howard was instructed by Cassie to apply baby oil on his new body. When Mr. Howard applied the baby oil to his head, and began to distribute it evenly, Cassie would use her own bottle to saturate his chest, his abdomen, his arms with oil before stepping closer and attempting to apply it evenly herself. Cassie even sprayed Mr. Howard with oil during application to make distribution over his skin easier. The defendants structured these encounters into 4 phases. 1, no touch. 2, soft foreplay. 3, head. 4, intercourse, which were directed by Diddy for the purposes of controlling Cassie's arousal and timing of climax. During these phases, Mr. Howard had no input or ability to offer suggestions and was simply expected to comply. Through the use of manipulation and financial coercion, Mr. Howard would remain in these phases for hours, with each individual stage lasting for over an hour. Mrs. Ventura, to the person Gen X, hold on, I gotta answer your statement. You said leave Cassie alone. She has been humiliated, abused, bullied, and sober. Now she paid for her bad deeds. She didn't do any prison time. I gotta keep it real with you. For her crimes, and I feel bad about what happened to Cassie. Who has been a bigger speaker up for the way dudes been beating on Cassie and the other woman than me? But man, you can't get mad if this person's making allegations of what he said he experienced. Why don't you respect this man's allegations? You can't just respect it when he's just talking about Diddy. He's telling you what happened with Diddy and Cassie. How can you be mad at that? If it's the truth, you should not want to run, be afraid, or hide from the truth. You should want to know the truth. These are all facts, man. You should want to know the truth. This is the situation, right? So he's telling you this. Listen to what I'm saying to you now. Gotta keep it 100, man. When we read now, I'm telling you. Now, also,
y'all not gonna hit the like button. I need 20 likes.
I feel bad about what happened to Cat. I won't condone no nigga hitting no woman like that. I don't. Y'all know how I roll. I don't roll like that. See what I'm saying? But that man have a right to tell what he said happened to him. Would you only want to listen to shit about Diddy? If he's saying that Diddy and Cassie did something to him, why would you reject those allegations? If they did something bad to this man, that shit out of pocket. If Cassie had something to do with it, shit, she didn't get called out too. So this is his allegation. Don't get mad at what he's saying. He's telling you what he experienced. So let's keep going. Right? So it says that Mrs. Cassie Ventura controlled the start of the activity and would seek Diddy's permission regarding when she could progress to the next stage. If Diddy was not ready, he would refuse permission, but often granted Cassie permission to masturbate if she requested it. Once the activity began, Cassie controlled its progression and pace, seeking to control Cassie's desires while pleasuring himself. Oh no, excuse me. It says once the activity began, Diddy controlled its progression and pace, seeking to control Cassie's desires while pleasuring himself rather than directly participating. It sounds like this man is keeping it even between the two of these people. That's what it sounds like. I know you might not like hearing that, man. But, you know, they say, you know what they say about the truth, right? See, you know what they say about the truth, right? See, the niggas that get mad at me because I keep it 100. But the one thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep it 100. This is the first man that openly named Cassie in a lawsuit, right? I'm telling y'all this. I'm telling y'all this. So make it make sense. You finna hear a lot of stories like this now. I'm telling you this. A lot of stories.
Yeah, I agree. They finna come.
And here's the thing, I'm gonna say it again. I disavow what Diddy did to Cassie. I think what he did to Cassie is downright devilish. And I think that it's insane, and I think that it's inhumane what he did to that woman. And I never had no level of respect for that nigga, for what he did. That shit is disgusting, and it's disgraceful. But guess what, y'all? This man telling his side of the story, and he's saying it was both Diddy and Cassie. That's what he said. So, he said these prolonged masturbation sessions, you said you can't compare him to Cassie and Jane,
Yeah,
especially
man, I couldn't think of his
Cassie
name
was
for
10 hours. I'm not
nothing.
talking about that, man. This is not what we talking about. Listen, I understand everything you're saying. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about Clayton Howard's allegations against Diddy and Cassie. Why do y'all have a problem when somebody want to tell their own story? It's like you want to control the story a person tells. This man have a right to tell his story. What's the problem with this? This is why I'm going to tell y'all something. Ladies, this is why these dudes be acting the way they be acting towards a lot of y'all, man. If this man came out here and said, look, man, Cassie did me dirty too with Diddy, how y'all don't accept that? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. And again, I don't respect what Diddy was doing to Cassie. But damn it, the man who was there say she was doing this shit to him too.
Y'all see, I ain't arguing for her. Y'all see, I mean, I get it.
She was victimized by Diddy, you damn right. But do I think that
She was
Cassie
under
got turned into a whole different person?
Yes, yeah.
Damn right.
Yeah, she did. But she admitted that.
I believe that too. I believe both things to be true.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I told y'all, Cassie was a co-defendant.
She's a co-conspirator.
She was a co-defendant.
She was a co-conspirator who became a cooperating witness.
That's Martin?
That hasn't changed. That's what she is.
She was a co-defendant. Right? Everybody thought she just gave the case to the feds. No,
she was a co-conspirator who turned into a cooperating witness.
They flipped her. Why? Because they committed crimes with Diddy.
Absolutely.
If they didn't commit crimes with Diddy, they wouldn't have needed no reason to take no plea. It would have been no reason for them to need immunity if they didn't commit crimes.
Right. That's true.
Now, it's on you to whether you feel like they were manipulated all the time, some of the time. Me personally, I think that, Diddy has his way.
No, because she gave them information to the enterprise. So she helped them with the enterprise.
Now, do I think it was every single time? No, it couldn't
have been. Some of the stuff they would not be able to prove without her working with them.
Do I think that Diddy exploited them and used them? You damn right I do.
Yeah, I believe she was groomed as a young age and
can't do this. When we looking at this situation now,
became a worker. Again,
with clear allegations.
As I have said before, again, they thought that this was their boyfriend. They thought that they were, proving their love or doing what they have to do to get far in the industry. And they did not realize that he was pimping them. He was stringing them along. He is a pimp.
And it's not vague. He given clear details. So he said these prolonged masturbation sessions frequently cause skin tears and scabs on this man's beefcake.
Yeah,
causing him
for
severe
hours.
pain
How
and
do you just do
scarring.
that for hours? Oh my God.
Now, Mr. Howard stood covered in baby oil. Cassie and Diddy would masturbate while watching him, which gave him a constant feeling of uneasiness and uncertainty. And while Mr. Howard was ordered to stand nude, both Diddy and Cassie would pleasure themselves to the point of climax while looking at this man's nuts. That's crazy. Both defendants would be intoxicated, using substances and alcohol to alter their moods and keep them awake.
Oh my God.
Were Schedule I narcotics, including amphetamines and the O word. Specific drugs used included X, GHB, ketamine, cocaine, MDHD, and marijuana. Cassie, in the earlier or middle years, was extremely physical with Mr. Howard and would orally pleasure him for periods exceeding 1 hour at a time. She would get this man top for more than 1 hour. She would top this man off.
Ooh-wee.
Dehydrated from drugs, lack of water, and constant engagement in oral, Cassie would often perform oral until she had to stop when she got lockjaw or her jaw got sored from prolonged activity. When intercourse was to occur, Cassie's arousal would be so heightened that she would often beg Diddy to allow her to engage. Mr. Howard was directed to engage in sexual contact with Diddy until she climaxed and was only allowed to stop once Cassie climaxed. Once Diddy consented to sexual contact, Cassie controlled the degree of intimacy, including kissing, the intensity of kissing, and whether she would engage in unprotected sex, as will be described in the later paragraphs. Once the climax of Cassie occurred, the cycle would be repeated. One encounter with Cassie will consist of 15 to 30 individual sessions, each including all 4 stages.
Okay, y'all. They were drinking a lot of hard liquor, snorting a lot of
Mr. Howard will be
cocaine
until the defendants were ready to return his phone and clothing and release him. If Mr. Howard attempted to leave, he would be coerced by Cassie into waiting or ignored if he knocked on the suite's master bedroom door, seeking to retrieve his items to leave. During the trial testimony of Mrs. Ventura, Mr. Howard heard her statements regarding...
Y'all, I need 10 likes now. I'm over here yawning. So if y'all want to finish listening to the rest of this about... come on, y'all. Give me 10 likes.
Diddy, and how she allegedly had been forced to have unprotected sex with male entertainers. Cassie claimed to have never wanted such activities and to only have engaged in them as a result of Diddy's abuse and attempts to blackmail her. Although this allegation was substantiated in one instance during the trial, it is not the same in all. It does not completely substantiate all of
Say no to rugs, okay.
Force and coercion, as every instance is not the same. Mr. Howard confidently asserts that Diddy did not force Cassie to engage in a sexual encounter after the overdose she experienced while in his presence. It was Cassie who begged for the encounter despite Diddy's repeated attempts to end the night due to the overdose. Mr. Howard confidently asserts that it was Cassie who initiated unprotected sexual contact with him and that Diddy had no knowledge of it occurring until it was underway.
Oh, I don't believe that. I don't believe nothing went down that he didn't know nothing about.
There was no condom being used. He stopped the activity and confronted Cassie about her actions.
I don't believe that.
In response, Cassie lied to Diddy, falsely informing him that she had reviewed his STD results, Mr. Howard's, and confirmed he was completely clean.
I don't believe that.
Mr. Howard immediately conscious of the lie, interrupted and told Diddy the truth, which was that Cassie had told him it was false. Mr. Howard then provided his actual STD results to Diddy directly from his email. Once unprotected sex began, Mr. Howard would be pleasured into continuing it by both parties. Mr. Howard,
both parties.
He was
y'all hear that?
Exclusive partner of Cassie, and it was agreed that he would be compensated in exchange for clean test results and continued exceptional service. The arrangement was agreed to after Mr. Howard was coerced into participating in an orgy with Cassie, Diddy, and another male provider.
Thrive Cosmetics just came out with new shades of my favorite product, and I am obsessed.
This is the Thrive Cosmetics.
Diddy and another male provider named
So you think you gonna come over here and talk shit to me, Ella?
Goal of the orgy.
Get your ass up out of here. L.
Who could please
LC. Get your ass up out of here.
Without issue, Mr. Howard or Mr. Phillips. The two men were offered substances and expected to perform continuously, taking turns with Cassie, who was an eager and willing participant. This encounter lasted for nearly 2 days before it ended. Mr. Howard outlasted Mr. Phillips. He was declared the winner. An exclusive arrangement was proposed.
Declared a winner?
Was a major component of the encounters during the majority of the meetings. Mr. Howard did not engage in harder drugs for the first 2 years until they were offered to him by Cassie. Mr. Howard, seeking to stay awake in response to the repeated quest to satisfy Cassie, began having difficulty staying awake as more was demanded of him. Cassie offered Mr. Howard X, claiming that it to be light and harmless in the dosage that she would provide. Mr. Howard would learn from Cassie that she had tripled the dosage in order to get him freaky, as he recalls, and increase the intensity of the encounter. Believing the two were in a monogamous relationship since the exit of Mr. Phillips, always receiving clean results when taking STD tests, and though the inducement of drugs and alcohol, the unprotected sex continued. Mr. Howard impregnated Cassie, who ultimately decided to abort the pregnancy. She was unable to locate Mr. Howard for a period of time. Even after aborting the pregnancy, Cassie sought to have unprotected sex during the encounter for years. After reconnecting when separated for almost 8 months, Cassie confessed to Mr. Howard at New York City's Gramercy Park Hotel that she had aborted a pregnancy created by Mr. Howard. Despite this revelation, Cassie Ventura insisted
double tap your screen
during that very encounter.
Double tap the screen.
Several days as the two reconnected after the separation. It was after his victory in the encounter with Daniel Phillip that Cassie drugged Mr. Howard with a triple dose of X and manipulated.
Now, I've asked y'all nicely for those 10 likes. Come on, 4 more.
Him into unprotected sex. Mr. Howard recalls being drugged by Cassie, who admitted to doing so when asked once. Mr. Howard contacted
Good morning,
her
Sheila.
again after the initial incident. Specifically, Mr. Howard was given X by Cassie after he complained of exhaustion due to demands placed on him during the encounters. Instead of providing coffee or an energy drink, Cassie retreated to the bedroom and returned with an X pill. When Mr. Howard complained about the disdain for the pills, Cassie crushed the pill, put it into a drink she prepared, informing Howard that she had only included a small dosage. Having known Cassie for several years at this point, Mr. Howard trusted her and consumed the drink prepared by Cassie. Mr. Howard recalls feeling hot and beginning to sweat uncontrollably, with several moments of consumption. When he complained of this to Cassie, her response was a passionate kiss before she aggressively grabbed a hold of his cock and placed it in her mouth. Mr. Howard recalls never feeling so intoxicated in his life, with the drug enhancing all of his senses and sexual desires. He and Cassie,
this sounds like one of them novels.
They were removed by Cassie, who quickly rolled off the protection and pressured unprotected contact while Mr. Howard's inhibitions had been lowered. Mr. Howard and Cassie Ventura would engage in the encounter for over 2 days while Diddy watched on occasions, engaged in contact with Cassie. When the parties were all exhausted, Mr. Howard was given back his belongings and allowed to leave. He was compensated.
How can he walk?
Due to his condition.
How is he able to walk?
Dehydration and lack of sleep. Mr. Howard left confused, dehydrated, disoriented, ultimately pulling his vehicle over and parking on the side of a grocery store. He woke up hours later, weak and sweating. He was able to get up help by calling an Uber, which brought him home to his girlfriend. He spent 3 days.
A girlfriend? Oh my God.
And after Mr. Howard confronted Cassie during the following encounter, she confessed to drugging him. Following the confession, he did not accept beverages from her, except 3 times he took a drink over the next 5 years. The final drink led to physical assault on Cassie Ventura. Mr. Howard was drugged by Diddy in the Trump property at Columbus Circle in New York City. During the encounter, Mr. Combs offered that Howard, he offered him a pink substance in a small plastic bag called pink Molly. Mr. Howard, who only indulged in drugs with Cassie, was introduced to both Molly and X by Cassie for purposes of enhancing their sexual encounters. Mr. Howard's knowledge of the designer drugs was insufficient, and therefore he did not trust the known unknown substance at first when it was offered. Mr. Combs,
they couldn't give me shit. They couldn't shake my hand or nothing.
Explaining that she may be angry if he did not partake. Mr. Combs had never offered Mr. Howard drugs before this point, and the two had developed a mutual respect during years of contact, connected by Cassie Ventura. Now, against his better judgment, Mr. Howard agreed to consume a small dosage, hoping it would satisfy the demand and end the matter for the night. Now, Diddy retreated to the master suite within minutes. Mr. Howard recalls becoming extremely warm when he began to sweat uncontrollably. He began to have violent spasms, which curled over him.
Please double tap the screen. Hit the like button.
Crawl into a nearby bathroom.
Give my likes up, y'all. Come on.
Did either Cassie or Diddy exit the master suite. Once in the bathroom, Mr. Howard began to vomit uncontrollably. The pain from his stomach was intense, and he could not stop sweating no matter how much he wiped. The vomiting lasted several minutes until there was nothing left to regurgitate. Mr. Howard lay dizzy and weak on the bathroom floor.
I don't think nothing is exaggerated with Diddy.
To stand and approach the door. It was Mr. Combs who came upon the weakest.
If it is exaggerated, he put himself in these situations.
The visible change. Diddy inquired about Mr. Howard's condition. Mr. Howard
I'm thinking the same thing. You don't know what ongoing ailment these people already have.
So sick that he controlled his condition to Diddy. Right? He confessed.
Yeah, let's be clear. I don't put nothing past Diddy.
Diddy examined him briefly and agreed he did not look good. Diddy turned to enter the master suite and asked him to wait. Diddy and Cassie exited the suite together. When Cassie asked what's wrong, Mr. Howard informed her that Diddy had given him was responsible. Cassie asked Diddy, what had he given Mr. Howard? Diddy said the pink shit.
Hi, Adi.
When Mr. Howard replied that Diddy told him that it was Molly, it was Cassie who informed him that the substance that had been given was not Molly. Mr. Howard was given around $1,500 and released. He managed to exit the hotel and walk over 40 city blocks in December conditions, sweating uncontrollably and afraid. Finally, around Union Square, located in Manhattan, he regained enough of himself to call a friend and ask for help. He was picked up on a side block, taken home to recover. Mr. Howard was flown in by special request of Cassie from New York City to Miami, Florida, Los Angeles, California, numerous times to entertain Cassie. Cassie would directly call Mr. Howard for encounters, and on occasion threaten
full of diseases with a little Vienna sausage. Ugh.
The trafficking began shortly after Mr. Howard's victory over Daniel Phillip, the other male provider, whom he was pitted against during a sexathon, as later described by Cassie Ventura. That's crazy work, man. Wow. Sexathon. As a part of his reward, he began to receive the perks like travel and small gifts given to him by Cassie. Mr. Howard will be contacted and asked if he was available to fly out to a location. In the beginning, it was exciting and flattering to experience such an attractive woman hungry for the attention. Once, over time, Mr. Howard became aware that this was much more than that. The first
he thought he
was flown to Miami from New York after a call from Cassie. It was a cold New York, and Cassie's call on a freezing winter day seemed like a gift to Mr. Howard. A flight booked using JetBlue, which Cassie paid for. Mr. Howard was off to Miami. Mr. Howard met the couple at the Mondrian, a hotel property located in Miami area. Mr. Howard checked into a suite under the name Frank Black, which was given to him by Cassie during the whole ride from the airport to the property. During all instances of sex trafficking, Mr. Howard will be present to hotels, presented to hotel staff as security for bad boy records. Mr. Ventura and Mr. Combs. Mr. Howard will spend days servicing Cassie, waiting to be released so he could be returned home to his normal life. He asked to come for one, but that was not to be released until 3-some days later. Now it says,
Frank Black is the name that Diddy frequently used. Frank Black and Frank White.
Of the couple, so he endured, hoping to be released sooner than what he was. Mr. Howard will be flown to Miami many times, where he was induced into drug usage, alcohol usage, prolonged unprotected sexual activity with Cassie. And Cassie repeatedly stated to Mr. Howard how she hated condoms and they irritated her. It was for this reason she was reluctant to use condoms, as she would state it would irritate her and create a smell. Damn. It was during an encounter at the Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles when Cassie forced herself onto Mr. Howard during her menstrual cycle. As will be explained in the next paragraph, a later paragraph, this was not an accident, but a calculated disregard for the plaintiffs as punishment for reducing or to comply with Cassie moves. All right. So now he says, man, this shit is crazy, y'all. What? He goes on to talk about sexual assaults.
He ran a red light.
STDs. Man, bro.
Yeah, Diddy ass in trouble.
Unbelievable stuff, man. And this goes on and on and on, y'all.
Yeah, I hope Cassie.
On and on, you guys.
I hope Cassie, now, being realistic, she did, okay, so it would probably will carry over, her immunity will carry over as long as she cooperates, because this would be a different case, but it all ties into, and she, now that I'm thinking about it, she probably done already made mention of this, because she even validated Jonathan Oddie. Excuse me. She validated him. Okay, y'all, go and get y'all some shut-eye. It's about 5-10 more minutes. Okay.
And also, he said he cooperated with the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York in December of 2023. Right? Crazy word.
It's crazy. Man. That's a lot. He's ass in trouble. How's he gonna get out of this?
Wow, man.
He better take a deal.
Unbelievable stuff, bro.
He know this shit is coming. He know it's coming.
Damn.
He thought that he was gonna be out this weekend.
He alleged that the government used attorneys to try to hinder him from coming and testifying against both of them, both Diddy and Cassie. Like they tried to curb the investigation.
Yeah, but he also overheard conversations about Rick Ross and
All right, you guys. So yeah, man, this is crazy.
the heavy set
What y'all
guy.
think, man? I'm looking at this lawsuit, man. I'm just
DJ Khaled, and that they was trafficking drugs on private jet. He heard a lot of stuff. He started recording. He started recording Diddy because Diddy would always be on the phone. So and I think what threw them with the baby R being spiked, they asked Cassie and Cassie said no. But see, what the issue was with that is what I assumed when she was saying no, and when they asked her that, they positioned it as if they're doing their freak off, they little invited of guests. She didn't know. Excuse me. She said no, the baby R wasn't spiked, but on some instances it was spiked. And I was thinking that it just wasn't spiked with her. But what he's saying, that it was spiked with Cassie. But this is not the first person I've heard say that baby R was sprayed on them or put on them, and it definitely was spiked. That's why the incident the other day at the courthouse outside where they was out there spraying baby R, spraying it on people. I wish don't you spray shit on me. It just, all of that had a bad taste, a poor taste. And what are they gonna say? What are the content creators going to say who had everything negative, bad to say about the females? Now you have men that Diddy has turned out. Turned them out. What are they gonna say? These are whores, they're gold diggers, da 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 da. What excuses? Yeah, especially the ones that was out there acting a fool, talking about Diddy was innocent, bad boys are back, all this crazy shit. Are they really? Like Diddy did do it, but hey, again, like I said earlier, some of them same cats out there acting a fool got their own DV situation, got their own in the closet situations in their past, had their own trafficking, RICO trafficking situations before. So they relate. They absolutely relate because he's absolutely, per the Dallas County org portal, that's where it was pulled from about 5 years ago. And I was saying earlier today, his mess almost worse than Diddy's, but after hearing this, I don't know. I don't know. Diddy may be back to being worse than old boys. But old boy had some issues at a retirement old folk home where some people got one of his patients got unalive and his jewelry got found in old boy's apartment. That's the only thing right now that I'm saying probably is worse than what I'm hearing. They all crusted. They all crusted, Vivian. I think they worse than Krusty. This is some shit I ain't never heard of. I guess, I don't know. Hell, just when you thought you was freaky or had some freak in you, you realizing that you ain't shit on the freaky Richter scale. You don't, your margin don't even go up. You thought you was freaky shit. Let me sit my little ass down, baby, cause this shit they doing, ain't no way. You never know. So you start rating yourself. Okay, everybody, on a scale 1 to 10, and 10 being Diddy and Cassie, where do you rank on the freaky Richter? Shit, from 1 to 10, where are you on freaky? Now that we know that that's what real freaky is. Are you up there close to 10? Shit, or are you at the bottom? I think being at the bottom, at the bottom half is shit. I don't want to wake up with no canker sores all in the back. Oh Lord. Oh. How you just eating baby oil? How you just eating baby oil? Diddy has put normal people to a negative one. How the hell you just eating baby oil? Huh? For hours. The more the more they pouring. You gotta get baptized in the baby oil. Going down once, twice. We don't rank anymore. Just done took all our freaky passes away. They take the cake. Yeah, I surrender my freaky pass. Here's shit. Here, you can have it. The cartwheels and shit don't work no more. Yeah, shit, the more he was the shit. She's the lying talking about she have a fetish. Girl, he got the fetish. He wants you to pour all that shit. Yeah, they was pouring baby oil. She was sucking it and eating it out. We've dropped to G-rated. Here, I surrender my freaky past, cause this shit right here, I can't even process this in my head. I can't even think through it. It's like, what? For hours? You just beating him for hours and hours. I mean, that ain't even freaky. What is it? Why do you have to beat it? I mean, what? Who breaks a hooker's sack? Why would you intentionally break a sack? Who lays on another man's glazed icing? Who uses another man's glazed icing? Leave it there. Don't wipe it off. Don't wipe it off. Don't disturb your icing. You can go ahead and take a shower. Leave your icing here. Don't touch it. Don't touch the icing. Go take a shower now. You go clean your ass. And then your man supposedly come in while he getting clean and put his dirty body on somebody else's icing and rubs it on the tip of his weenie, and he go in like he done left the icing. What type of shit? What? Are you out of icing? Your sack ain't producing icing? Lee, hold on. Who are you, Michael? Why are you here? That's what we talking about, because it's resurfacing. Do you have a problem with that, Mr. Stanley? It's resurfacing. New victims, new lawsuit. So what are we talking about? New victim, new abs, new everything. New guy, new lawsuit, new everything. He ain't going nowhere. A whole nother sickness. That's why we talk about it. Yes, ma'am, I'll be on my way. What new victim? Well, how you gonna be on your way and still? Okay, bye. Don't be asking me about asking questions as you leave it, trying to be funny. Don't come back. Don't come back. Get your ass on out of here. I don't like your last name no way. He's a Diddy boy. He mad. He mad because he finding out that somebody else done took his place. Y'all sure can't get an attitude when y'all find out somebody, another dude, done replace y'all in the Diddy line. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Don't always get mad at the fee. Why we still talking about my man? Oh, y'all crazy, boy. I ain't never seen a bunch of men up one man's butt like this. That's why he freaky like that, because y'all all up in his ass. Get out. Get out. Come over here. And we done been up all night getting the tea, getting the good old tea. And his ass just waking up saying, why are we still talking about it? Like his partner ain't getting out. He think it's over. He's still running on the victory lap. He don't know he done failed. He done fail again. And this time, he may not get back up. They on his ass. They like stuff in there. Take that, take that. I ain't gonna lie, that's why I ain't into all that metro shit. I don't want nothing that skin all. I need some hair on the chick. I need some manly. Some They too soft, they too feminine, they I know. They done lost it. I need to what they call it when they going I can't even think of the name. When they go in there and they take all the hair off of everywhere. They skin is soft as mine. I just it's cute, but it just ain't man enough for me. It just ain't man enough. Now y'all all in the closet and shit. I mean, how easy was it for him to turn these strippers into hookers? And I know that man just said when he was reading it that they both did him. They both did him. Let me go to sleep. Okay, y'all, go to sleep. I'll be back later. Let me try to go back to sleep. That was a long nap I took. That's why I was up all night. I ain't never did this. But good night, or well, good morning, or whatever. Diddy Doodop. He need to have a Diddy Doodop prison R&B rap crew. He gonna be the prison producer. Bye everybody. He is going to be the prison producer. They won't be having Grammys. What can they have? Slammers for the slammer. And I think him and Ira Kelly would be perfect roommates. The producer and the genius. PR. Yeah. PR Productions. PR Productions. And they could do the remix of the In the Closet, in the jail cell. Instead of in the closet. Behind bars. Up under the mattress. What the hell is going on? Ooh, wait, man. What the hell you talking about? I can't remember the words. You're contagious, drive me crazy, drive me right. He needs to do a remix. Contagious. Braid my hair. Oh, we gonna see Diddy with braids. Ira gonna be done braid his hair. Who gonna be top? Who gonna be bottom? Diddy gonna be bottom. Diddy gonna be bottom. Just crazy. We don't have to surrender our free cards, baby, because these wackos here, what they say, Rico, or Freako, you a lie. You a lie. That Freako ain't no Rico. It's finna, y'all may as well burn them shirts, baby, because when this one comes up and hit the paper, it's gonna be Freako. Is a Rico. They know their angles now. They know exactly how they gonna come. And Diddy ass ain't going nowhere. And his sons gonna be with him. Only, thank God, so far, Quincy name ain't came up. Knock on wood. That ain't no wood, girl. Quincy name is the only name that hadn't came up repeating the Diddy curse. But now we know why them kids do not look like what's your name? Diddy. Cause he done use somebody else's sperm when he go up in there. Ain't that crazy? He is reused sperm that he put over his body, and he went in after with somebody else's glaze icing. They better do a DNA. They better do a DNA. Yeah. They better do a DNA. Shout out to Rico. He came with it. He said shit. He went and took a shower. He came back. Diddy was going ham with old girl with his glazed icing. Oh, wow. That is some of the nastiest shit ever. Oh, my God. That is nasty, y'all. That is nasty. I cannot imagine. I mean, if we gonna be real, we be like, let me get this shit up out. And then you mean to tell me you asked for a stranger to leave his mucus on you, and your dude comes and okay, y'all, good night. Good morning. However you want to say it. I gotta go. Have a good one. I'm at 4 hours. Bye.